This program is produced and broadcast with the permission of and authorization from the Plano Independent School District. It is under the direction of and is copywritten by Sports Sounds Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, including any or all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Sports Sounds Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Sports Sounds Radio and SportsSoundsRadio.com. This is a Sports Sounds Radio presentation.
Rivalries in high school football are such a special thing. You have families battling their neighbors. Kids going up against former teammates from Little League. Guys they go to church with. The line down the middle of the city has always made Plano East a very special annual event. Well, tonight, the 33rd installment of this illustrious history, the stakes have been ratcheted up even higher and the impact even greater, as both teams feature alums as now their head coach. And it just so happens that they're brothers. Joey McCullough in his first year as the head coach of the Plano East Panthers after long stint both at Plano West and at Plano East as an assistant. And then, of course, the venerable Jadon McCullough, graduate of Plano Senior High School, the seventh-year head coach, has his program headed in the right direction after the big upset win over rival Plano West last week. So as they say, it is the war of the city of Plano. And now it is also brother v. brother. Joey McCullough's Plano East Panthers taking on older brother Jadon's Plano Wildcats. And it's coming your way next right here on AM 1160 KVCE. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to the friendly confines of John Clark Stadium for tonight's intra-city showdown between the Plano Wildcats and the Plano East Panthers. My name is Thomas Lee. Thanks so much for tuning in for tonight's broadcast, whether you're listening to us on Sports Sounds Radio, on our AM flagship, AM 1160 KVCE, or on Champion Sports Radio. We're glad you've made Plano East part of your Friday night ball game. And tonight, the stakes could not be any higher. In fact, as I bring in your color analyst, Ryan Mueller, I think both Jadon and Joey McCullough, I think they're tired of talking about each other, how they grew up, how they lived in the same home, but Jadon went to Plano, and then East opened up later on, and Joey went on to East. In fact, part of the first team for Plano East ever to beat Plano back in 1985, a 21-17 Panther victory. All this talk, these two coaches don't care about any of that. They're excited that their brothers across the way, but they're worried about a football game.
Yeah, I was going to say this week they probably got asked probably 500 times about how do you feel about going up against your brother and what's that like? And, you know, for both of these guys, it's like, well, we've been going up against each other for a long, long time. I mean, Joey McCullough spent a lot of time at Plano West, and, you know, now that he is the head coach of Plano East, I think it makes it that much more special between the two. But I think you're right. It's all about a football game tonight, and I know the mutual respect these two have for each other as brothers. It's a special thing for them, so this is going to be one of those games I know that both of them will remember forever.
Seems like the Wildcats really kind of a page out of last year's book, maybe even a little more of a dynamic effort across the board. Maybe the defense isn't quite as good, but the offense really is coming to new levels, gutting out hard yards and points against tough teams. But last year, remember, Plano got up 35-0 at the half. In fact, the opening kickoff fumbled by Plano East. Wildcats recovered. The first play, they go play-action pass and hit the tight end, Colby Cantu, for an 18-yard touchdown reception. And from then, the route was on. How does Joey McCullough keep from the same thing happening tonight?
Well, I think that, they've got to come ready to play. They can't turn the ball over. That's first and foremost. And they can't steer away from their game plan, because what Plano wants to do is they want to run the ball. They want to chew clock. They want to manage the game. Plano East has got to find some way to disrupt that rhythm that Plano likes to get into. So I think that that's probably the best play for Joey McCullough's team tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. We'll hear more from Ryan, obviously, throughout the broadcast. Let's bring in your statistician for tonight. As always, the Dr. Alex Sterling behind the calculator and helping us keep on track. And both of these two coaches, Jadon and Joey McCullough, they're both tough-as-nails competitors, and they're both former offensive line coaches. As a former offensive lineman yourself, what does that tell you about how these two teams are going to follow in the footsteps of what their coaches are laying down?
Well, it means that they want to start their dominance up front, have both the offensive, defensive lines control the line of scrimmage and have a big part of the game. We've seen that with Plano all year, and they've gotten better every week now that they have some consistency on the offensive line from the John Tyler game, and even now, even in a little bit against Allen, they had moments of where they could run the ball a little bit and make it look have a little bit of cohesion on their offensive line. And with Brandon Stevens back there, he's had a lot of room to run. So that's where it's really going to make the difference, especially with this very talented Plano East defense, how the offensive line for Plano handles that linebacking core especially.
Yeah, that is where East is really strong, is in the three really special game changers they have on defense. Landis Durham, he's going to play the hammer position. Love that name. Strong side defensive end, verbally committed to Texas A&M, 3-year starter, as is Austin Corbett, a 3-year starter. The strong side backer has offers from Harvard, Yale, Air Force, SMU, among others. Both of those two guys have been playing for the Panthers now, their third head coach in as many years. Joining those two, a young gentleman, Anthony Hines III. The sophomore already has 51 college offers, as a 6'2", 220-pound sophomore is catching everybody's eye across the nation. Some of the best and brightest programs around not only the state of Texas, but around the country, all want him to come to their school. So you have those three guys. That's why this Panther defense is in the top 25 in the area, even with some struggles in other areas. One thing that we all may struggle with tonight is some weather that is potentially coming in. Let's go down to the sideline for an update from Cameron Brock.
Hi, guys. Right now, I do not see any storm clouds. I do see some cloud cover towards the scoreboard side of the stadium, but there is a National Weather Service alert that says a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for 20 counties, including Collin County, until 10 p.m. tonight. So we will be on the lookout for weather. Now, the referee, the White Hat, said that he had never delayed a game due to rain and that it would be almost impossible to do that. They would basically have to not be able to see the ball in order to do that. But lightning delay, however, 45 minutes for one strike in the area.
Thank you, Cameron. It's going to be a tough job for you tonight, but I can't think of anybody else to keep us on task and let us know what's going on with the weather down on the field. Of course, old-timers like me will remember a day 20 years ago, 1994, the site. It was the final regular season of the year. Plano coming in, red hot. Plano East, likewise, rocking and rolling throughout the season. And an unbelievable deluge happened in the third quarter that wiped out nearly half the fans. It was unbelievable. You could see the rain coming from the south to the north across the stadium. Plano was the visitor team on that faithful evening to close out the regular season. A big win for Plano East, by the way. A final score in that one, 28-7. But I'll never forget the rain that night, as it truly was probably the biggest story. And, of course, that's the year Plano went on to win their 7th state championship, and Plano East went on to fall in that epic, notorious John Tyler playoff game at Texas Stadium. That was the best chance I think the Plano ISD have had for winning multiple state football championships in the same year. It just wasn't meant to be. Coming up, though, in the pregame show, we will have interviews with both head coaches. We'll hear from the brothers. Up first, Joey McCullough, the head coach of the Plano East Panthers. Following that, my pregame conversation with Jadon McCullough, the Wildcats head coach. Plano ISD football is on KVCE AM 1160 and SportsSoundsRadio.com. This broadcast of the Plano Independent School District is brought to you by the following: Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances on Main Street in downtown Allen, serving the folks of Collin County for more than 50 years. By Buford Roofing and Construction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected and customer satisfaction is guaranteed. by Flat Shell Auto Service and Repair Center on Preston Road and I-635. Plano ISD football is a presentation of KVCE AM 1160, SportsSoundsRadio.com, and Champion Sports Radio. We'll continue in a moment. Both pregame interviews right after these messages on KVCE.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines.
Mm-hmm.
Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635. Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Many heart conditions can be fixed, but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2nd, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the #1 cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4zachary.org, and let your heart be heard.
And welcome back to the Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano ISD football here on AM 1160 KVCE. Thomas Lee now joined by the head coach of the Plano East Panthers, Joey McCullough. And Coach, your first year back at your alma mater, obviously maybe not having the success that you would like to have, but building a program, it takes time, doesn't it, Coach? How are the building blocks falling into place so far?
Well, I tell you what, it's been a process, and of course we'd like to have more wins, but I think we've had a lot of success in this first year. Even though we're 1-4 right now, we've had a lot of success, and we're playing a bunch of young kids. We're gaining a lot of experience. We've been in every game really except the Plano West score. Really the first half. Second half we came out and played them 7-7 in that. But other than that, we've competed. We've been in every game. We've got to take care of the ball and make sure we reduce our penalties. But there has been a lot of success. 98% of our team is eligible, which that's a good number. We've had some injuries here and there. We're having to overcome that. And like I said, I think next year we will return 7 on the offensive side of the ball and 8 on the defensive side of the ball. And have a lot of good talent, young talent, and right now we're trying to concentrate on the little things, trying to take care of day-to-day, improvement, and I think we're doing that. And I think we're going to use the rest of this year to be the team that we're going to be in the future. And I know right now we still have a chance to make the playoffs, and so we're taking one game at a time. This is the next game. It's a big game, and I think our kids have prepared well all year long.
There's been so much talk this week. Big newspaper article in the Downlink Morning News. Guys like me are bugging you about it, but this is you going up against your brother. You're both coaching your alma maters. I mean, this is a storybook situation here by all accounts. What are your emotions like throughout this week and heading up to the ball game?
Well, I know this. We're both competitors. We both want to win. We both are really in our dream jobs. It's where he played high school ball, where I played high school ball. We're where we want to be. We know each other. These young men know each other. I know his team. He knows the young men on my team, and it makes for healthy competition. And at the end of the day, we're still brothers, but at the same time, this week we're competing and both going for the same thing, and that's for the win. It's an emotional week. It's one of those things where I look back and I think to myself, I'd rather be nowhere other place than I am right now. And a chance to go up against a traditionally rich team in Plano, that's where I know that we want to be with this program, and that's why we're working awful hard. And I think there's a lot of respect that goes in this game, that we want to be where the Wildcats are, and that's just getting better every single day. And it don't happen overnight. It's something that you have to practice. It's something that you have to rep, and it don't just happen. It's not just given to you. And our young men know that they got to play hard for 4 quarters. We've yet to put a game together offensively and defensively, and when we do that, that's when we'll get to that part where we're going to start being successful.
You know something about beating the Wildcats. You were part of the first Plano East team to knock off Plano a couple of years ago. Won't date you too bad, but what kind of different emotions and stories can you relate to the kids to get them fired up and ready for this ball game?
Well, that's just one of those things, of that they're like everybody else. They're just like any other team. It's kind of like what my brother told me the first time that we beat them, that they're just like us. They prepare just like us. They put their pants on one leg at a time, just like us. And you can't go out and play the game emotionally right now, that you have to prepare for it mentally and physically. And you got to go out and do your job. You got to play together as a team. And you got to do your job individually. You can't do other people's job. You have to do your job. And if we do that and we play hard for 4 quarters, I think we'll be right there in the 4th quarter.
Coach, always appreciate the time talking football with you. Good luck tonight against your brother and, of course, against the Wildcats.
Thank you very much.
That's Joey McCullough, the head coach of the Plano East Panthers, coming up when we return back here to John Clark Stadium. My pregame conversation with Wildcat head coach J-Don McCullough. All that more when we continue in a moment. You listen to Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano ISD football here on AM 1160 KVCE.
Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Shell experts here with a pitching machine and a shield to demonstrate the importance of protecting your engine.
Think of me as an engine. The Shield is new Shell gasoline with 20% more nitrogen and rich cleaning agents than before.
And the baseballs are gunk that attack intake valves and fuel injectors.
Come on, gunk, is that all you got?
Gunk is out of here.
New Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Saturday means Irish football.
You got to respect each other.
Running hard. He's going in. Long ball downfield.
You got to compete as hard as you can.
Fighting down the sideline. Still working. Touchdown Notre Dame.
Listen on your home for Notre Dame football.
AM 1160. Tune in Saturday for Notre Dame football. The Fighting Irish battle North Carolina with coverage starting at 1:30 right here on your home for Notre Dame football. AM 1160 KVCE.
Hey, this is your DFW Sports Angel, Robin Valatudo. Hey, Vinos.
Yeah.
We are shuffling our Sports Blitz Saturday lineup. Inside the game, talking all things sports, 11 a.m., followed by Golf, Grape, and Grub, hosted by Tom Keys and Pamela Wood, and then Texas Links on the air with Pat Wheeler.
Sounds great.
AM 1160, your home for Notre Dame football, the Plano ISD Game of the Week, and Texas Legends basketball. Visit kvceradio.com/sports.
And welcome back to the Rodenbos Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano ISD football. Thomas Lee now joined by the head coach of the Plano Wildcats, Jadon McCullough. And, Coach, last week was really a sensational ball game played by your team. All three phases contributed to the win over Plano West, 17-14. In the post-game show, you said it might be one of the best coaching victories you've had as the head man of the Wildcats. After about a week off to reflect a little bit, watch the film, do you still feel that way?
No doubt. It was huge, to beat a top-ranked team that had been so explosive and really so dominant in all the games that they played. And I say that with the utmost respect for Coach Hughes and his coaching staff and the kids at Plano West. They were so classy, and I don't want to take anything away from them. Because I still think they're gonna win a lot of football games, and but anyway, to say the least, it was for me, as far as being the head coach, it was one of the biggest wins that I've had since I've been the head coach. So to say the least, I was very happy and very proud of my guys and proud of the coaching staff and really the whole community. It just seemed like, man, they were behind us, in the crowd. And I had more people during the week tell me, Coach, that was such an exciting game. And you just don't realize how much joy that brings me, just because as a kid growing up in Plano, this is a dream come true, to be able to influence and make an impact in the community. It's just so awesome and such a privilege and honor. And, I tell you what, people just don't realize it's personal to me and my brother. It's personal. And, we want to do well, and we want to represent Plano the way it should be. And it's when we don't, it's something we take personal.
You already touched on it a little bit, but, of course, last week going up against a good friend and a colleague, and Mike Hughes, the head coach of Plano West, now Plano East. This rivalry takes on an added level of intensity and just feeling for you as your little brother is at his alma mater, which I think is one of the other cool storylines of this whole deal. And just talk about how special it's been. I mean, maybe it's been a little bit of a time constraint for you this week, because I know the newspaper article came out, and I'm sure you guys will, in 20 years from now, look back on this game as a special one with both of you first facing off as head coaches against each other.
I look at it and I just felt like it was meant to happen. We never moved. We lived in the same exact house. I went to Plano. They built Plano East. My brother went to Plano East, had a great career there. He was actually on the first team that beat Plano. And, I had a lot of mixed emotions about that, because you always loved your brother and you were excited for your brother. But most everybody that knows me knows that my blood runs maroon, and I love this program. And the reason I love this program is because it just had such a major impact on me, and made me put me in a situation where I started thinking about not just hanging around, but, trying to do something special with my life, trying to go to school, trying to be a coach, trying to be a teacher. because teachers and coaches, and you probably ask my brother, he'd tell you the same thing. Teachers and coaches, they were special in Plano, and they made us believe in ourselves more than we believed in ourselves. So to say the least, it's great just to be able to be in a community that you love and be able to do something good and hopefully be able to give something back.
It really is kind of a storybook deal, both you guys being so close as you are at your alma maters, facing off in one of the biggest rivalry games in the state of Texas, Coach. The good news is once the game starts, all that goes aside, you can focus on football. So best of luck tonight, and hope you enjoy yourself at least a little bit.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That's J. Don McCullough, the head coach of the Plano Wildcats. When we come back, we'll have starting lineups in the opening kickoff. It's Plano and Plano East, and it's coming away next right here on KVCE.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. Mm-hmm. Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be three things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute. Online at gdyo.org/jazz.
Many heart conditions can be fixed, but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2nd, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the #1 cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4zachary.org, and let your heart be heard.
Want to play golf with a legend? Tuesday, October 14th at the Nancy Lieberman Foundation Celebrity Golf Classic at Prestonwood Country Club in Plano. Join me and legendary golfer Annika Sorenstam. We're going to raise money for kids in the Metroplex. To play or sponsor, call 972-473-2121 or go to nancyliebermanfoundation.org.
Tune in Thursday evenings 5 to 6 as KBCE's Believers in Business presents the Family Law Hour with attorneys Frank Skipper and Donna Smith, discussing divorce, child support, custody, mediation, adoption, and all other areas of family law. The Family Law Hour is the best way to stay informed when it comes to any matters having to do with family law. Both Frank and Donna focus their practices exclusively on family law.
That's Thursday evenings at 5 right here on KVCE AM 1160 and online at kvceradio.com. Brought to you by the David Wynn Law Firm and the law offices of Donna J. Smith.
And welcome back here to John Clark Stadium. Thomas Lee, Ryan Mueller, Alex Sterling, Cameron Brock. Cast of thousands on hand tonight for this big ball game. Plano taking on Plano East. The Panthers have just been led onto the field by honorary captain for tonight. Christian Nera is wearing number 1. He is a student athlete from Williams High School with dreams of becoming a Plano East Panther. But unfortunately, the young man has a terminally ill condition, and so tonight his dream will come true. He is suited up and will be honored as a captain for the Panthers tonight against the Wildcats. So he gets to enjoy the Plano East game as well, as the team is huddled around him at the 35-yard line right now on the east side. Wildcats have also made their entrance, and that means we're just about ready for kickoff, folks. The Wildcats 4-2 on the year, 3-1 in 6-6A competition, taking on the Panthers, 1-4, 1-2 in district play. And kickoff right after these messages. You're listening to Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano ISD football on KBCE.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. Mm-hmm. Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635. Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF. This program is produced and broadcast with the permission of and authorization from the Plano Independent School District. It is under the direction of and is copywritten by Sports Sounds Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, including any or all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Sports Sounds Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Sports Sounds Radio and SportsSoundsRadio.com. This is a Sports Sounds Radio presentation.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to John Clark Stadium for tonight's showdown between the Wildcats and the Panthers. Thomas Lee here with you, alongside your color analyst Ryan Mueller, statistician Alex Sterling, Cameron Brock crowing the sidelines. We want to thank you as well for making the Plano ISD Game of the Week, brought to you by Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances, part of your Friday night. Panthers kicking off. It is a short kick down the right side from the 25 out across the 30 to the 35-yard line. To the 36 is where it's going to end up, and that is where the Wildcats will take over 1st and 10 after Plano East won the toss and deferred to the second half. Wildcats led out of the field by the junior quarterback, Quinn Waterbury, 6'4", 200-pound junior. Also have Brandon Stevens out there. The 6 foot, 192-pound junior running back is 9th in the area in rushing, 10th in scoring, and just 148 yards from eclipsing the 1,000-yard plateau here his junior season. Set the rest of the starting lineup for you here in just a moment. Waterbury split out as a receiver. 1st and 10 from their own 36 in the left hash. Snap back. It's going to be a give. And good hard running there. As the handoff goes to Byron Tate, the 6 foot, 215-pound junior. And he's going to get 4 yards on the first down carry. Matt Kirchner is one wide receiver, 6'3", 195-pound senior. Also out there, Garrett Frederick, 5'11", 168-pound junior. Sam Arongo, the 5'6", 170-pound senior. Blocking situations, we'll see Brandon Wall, the 5'9", 175-pound senior. Another receiver, Ryan McConnell, 6'3", 185-pound junior, will be in the ball game as well. 2nd down and 6 from the left hash. Wildcats on their own 40. Snap back, zone read. Stevens rolling out to his right. He's going to throw. Puts it up, and it's a one-hopper to Kirchner on the right side. It's going to be incomplete, well defensed by Alante Williams, the senior cornerback for the Panthers. Offensive line from left to right. Canarius K.D. Smith, the left tackle, 6'2", 255-pound junior. Austin Pugh, the left guard, 5'11", 231 pounds, a returning starting senior. Bo Hott at center, 6'3", 282-pound senior. 3rd-year starter, firmly committed to Oregon State. Ben White is the senior right guard, 6'2", 245 pounds, and the right tackle is a junior. Isaiah Williams, 6'1", 257 pounds. Also, we'll see Sam Tecklenburg at tight end, 6'4", 250-pound senior. 3rd-year starter committed to Baylor. And Conley McCabe, the 6'2", 231-pound junior. 3rd down and 6 for the Wildcats on the left hash on their 40. Option right. There's the pitch. Lapaka Yoro gets the handoff, and he is tackled. Great form tackle as he is knocked down to the turf for a modest gain of just 2 yards. And it's going to be 4th down and 4, and looks like punting time for Plano.
I think my key tonight for the Panthers is the defense cannot give up the big play, and I think that ties into coming up with huge stops on 1st and 2nd down. They did a great job of forcing the Wildcats into a 3rd and 6 situation there. I like the quickness I'm seeing from the 11 bunch on the Plano East side of the field.
Jordan Christian will be handling all kicking duties tonight. Gets a high spinning punt away, and it is going to be muffed and then recovered by the Wildcats at the 30-yard line. Boy, talk about a fortuitous bounce for Plano as Jason Lee was right there covering the kick, and he is able to pounce on it at the 30-yard line, and the Wildcats have new life here with 10:22 left in the first quarter.
Coach McCullough has talked about it, seems like after every game this season, mentions the importance of special teams and how Plano needs to play well in all 3 phases of the game. Well, there's an example of it right there with Jason Lee.
Stevens looking for a direct snap. It's back following his blocking counter to the right side. He's got a convoy inside the 20, inside the 15, and is dragged out of bounds by a nice job of covering the entire field for the Panthers. In on the stop is Quan Beasley, the junior defensive back. Goes for 19 yards and a first down for the Wildcats, brought to you by Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances. 1st down and 10 at the Panther 11-yard line. Same formation, 2 tight ends. Everybody pulls right. Great blocking. And a nice tackle there. Knifing inside Reuben Donald, the strong safety for Plano East. Bringing down Stevens after a gain of 5 down to the 6-yard line. Wildcats knocking on the door. Landis Durham, one defensive end, 6'3", 230-pound senior, committed to Texas A&M, 3-year starter. Deion Davis is the nose guard, 6'2", 280 pounds, a senior. Another direct snap to Stevens. He takes it right up the gut into the end zone. Touchdown, Plano. On 2nd and 5 from the east 6-yard line. Great power blocking up front by the Wildcat offensive line paves the way for the first touchdown of the night for Stevens on the ground.
I was going to say that Brandon Stevens did have a blocker in front of him on the previous play. That was K.D. Smith. Problem was Plano East quicker to get around, whip around, and pull him down by his feet. That time, no chance as that wall stood firm.
Good snap, good hold, and the kick is up and good for Sam Arongo. Sam Arongo handling the kicking duties tonight. Jordan Christensen will punt and kick off. But Arango's first PAT of the year up and good for the senior. And we're just 2 minutes and 11 seconds of the ball game when the Wildcats strike pay dirt. Plano 7, Plano East nothing. We'll be back to John Clark Stadium after these messages. You're listening to the Roden Boss Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano ISD football on KVCE.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Plano West on the scoreboard after the fumble for Plano East. 6-yard touchdown run by tailback Brandon Stevens. 2 first downs, 3 plays, 30 yards on the touchdown drive. Took 33 seconds. Plano 7, Plano East nothing. Scoring drive brought to you by Flat Shell Service Center.
Kickoff all the way down inside the 5, brought out there across the 10 to the 15, still on his feet and tackled down around the 18-yard line. Nice return back deep for the Panthers was Michael McNair, one of the up men, helped leading the way. And so Plano East will take over their first offensive possession of the ball game, 1st and 10 on their own 19-yard line, led out by the junior quarterback Miles Thompson, 5'11", 175-pound junior. Be joined in the backfield by the freshman Trey Hunter, 5'10", 170-pounder. 2 blockers in front of him. First play pulls it out of the belly of Hunter, and there goes Thompson around the left side to the 20, 25, to the 30, and is finally knocked off his feet around the 34-yard line. Tackle on the play made by Dejon Howard. That's going to go for a gain of 15 and a first down for the Panthers as they set up shop now at the 34-yard line. Wide receiver wide to the right, Adiyama Tosho, 6'3", 170-pound sophomore, leads the team with catches, yards, average, and tied for the team lead, 1 receiving touchdown on the year. Split wide to the left is Tim Wilson, 6'4", 180-pound junior. 1st and 10, East on their own 34. Inside Gibbs, stood up and knocked down. Jason Lee in on the stop, as was Monte Payne. It's going to go for a gain of 1 and nothing more. 2nd down and 9 upcoming. Offensive line from left to right. Alan Sarabia, the senior left tackle. Left guard is Cole Moore, a junior. Dane Cordell, the wrestler, is the junior center. Right guard Howard Mullins, the senior, and Charles Edgett is the senior right tackle. Snap back, play action fake. Rolling out to his right, is going to be hit and brought down to the turf. Connor Welch with all sorts of pressure on Miles Thompson. And the incompletion is going to bring up now 3rd down and 9 defensively for the Wildcats. Brandon Wall, 1 defensive end, 5'9", 175-pound senior. Tucker Palacia on the other side, 6'1", 190-pound junior. The tackles, Connor Welch, 5'9", 208-pound senior. And Sam Tecklenburg, the 6'4", 250-pound senior committed to Baylor. Also tied in for this team. Middle linebacker Nima Bibahani is not in there right now. He's a little banged up. Jason Lee on the field on 3rd and 9. They're going to throw a deep pass down the right side. It is up in the air, and it's going to be incomplete. Well contested, going for Amatosho down the right side. Regis was there with great coverage to defend it, knock it away. That is his 9th pass broken up on the season, and it'll be 4th down and 9.
Yeah, and my key for the Wildcats, Thomas, by the way, is they have to find a way to get in the backfield and disrupt. They did that so well last week against Plano West. Robert Comeri just couldn't get comfortable. The first 2 downs there, they did their job. Like the decision, though, to go deep there for Plano East.
Big Landis Durham, the punter, uncorks one. This is returnable out across the 30 to the 35, still on his feet. Across the 40 and tackled out of bounds at the 45-yard line. T.J. Lee takes a punt that travels 36 and returns it for close to 16 yards. Make it actually 17 to the 46-yard line. Nice job by T.J. Lee, and the Wildcats have a 7-0 lead and great starting field position, 1st and 10 on their own 46-yard line with 8:37 left to go here in the first quarter. Give you the rest of the Plano East starters here in a moment. First down and 10, Wildcats. Kirchner wide right. Slot right is Arango. Wide left is Ryan McConnell. Snap back, Waterbury. Pass left side through the hands of McConnell. It's incomplete. It'll be second down and 10. Trayvon Ransom is the rock, the weak side defensive end, 6'2", 250-pound senior. Anthony Hines III, the sophomore with those 51 college offers, the bandit backer, weak side linebacker, 6'2", 220 pounds. Grayson Diepenbrock is the middle linebacker, 5'11", 200-pound sophomore. The strong side backer, Austin Corbett, third-year starter, 5'11", 195-pounder. Offers from the likes of Harvard, Yale, Air Force, and SMU, to name a few. And Marquise Morrow is the joker. It's a hybrid safety linebacker position, the 6', 195-pound senior. Give you the secondary after the 2nd and 10 play. Wildcats on their own 46. Handoff into round. Lapaka Yoro trying to turn the corner. Bounces off one would-be tackler and then is not going to escape the grasp of the future Aggie, Landis Durham. He brings him down after a 2-yard gain at the 48. It'll be third down and 8. The left cornerback, Alante Williams, is senior. The right side is Jordan Williams, a 5'9", 145-pound junior. The strong safety is Reuben Donald, a 5'11", 183-pound junior. And the Panther safety, otherwise known as the free safety, Mark Loveland, 6'2", 185-pound senior. As this Plano East Panther defense has forced a punt, it was fumbled and recovered by Plano, and now on the verge of another 3-and-out. As it's third down and 8 for the Wildcats on their own 48-yard line from the right hash. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Play fake by Waterbury, rolls out. It's going to be hit, shakes off one tackler. And great job by Austin Corbett to stay on the play. Brings down Waterbury back at the 43-yard line. It's going to be a loss of 5 on the sack and punting time for Plano.
Yeah, and you can see the quickness once again and the hustle by Joey McCullough's defense. Excellent job by Austin Corbett. He's one of the leaders for the Panther D, and he gets in and just wallops Quinn Waterbury. If Plano East is going to win this thing tonight, they've got to keep it close and continue to make plays just like that.
Quan Beasley and Trey Hunter both back to return the punt of Jordan Christian. They're standing at their own 25-yard line. It's 4th and 13 for the Wildcats from their own 43. Nice pass back. Great high spinning effort. Catch is made, and then falling forward for a couple of yards is Beasley. Nice effort by Christian as the punt travels 30 yards. And the Panthers will have their second possession of the ballgame as we go downstairs and check in with Cameron Brock.
Quick weather update. The clouds have started to roll in over the stadium. No precipitation yet.
Well, so far so good then. 6:53 left to go first quarter. Plano 7, Plano East nothing. Panthers with their second possession. Starting this time on their own 30-yard line. So here comes Thompson and company. Ball right in the middle of the field. 1 receiver left, 1 to the right. 2 blockers in the backfield in front of the quarterback and the running back. This time it's a handoff trying to sneak out to the left side. The freshman tries to turn the corner. And a great job by T.J. Lee to go down low and bring down Trey Hunter for no gain on the play. Completing the Wildcat defensive look, Jason Lee, the strong side backer, 5'11", 193-pound senior. In the middle of that linebacker core, Monte Payne has moved to defensive end, the 5'11", 195-pound senior. So that opens up a little bit of room. Colton Pusateri is out there, 5'11", 164-pound senior, strong side backer. Snap is back and inside give. Once again, nowhere for the freshman Hunter to go as Lee is in on the stop. Cameron Jackson, the free safety, 5'7", 142-pound senior, in on that stop there. T.J. Lee, the strong safety, 5'8", 175-pound junior. Dejon Howard, the left cornerback, 5'5", 145-pound senior. And Aaron Regas, the sensational sophomore, 5'9", 145-pounder, is on the right side. The 11th member of the defense is DeCorey Sanders, the 5'10", 180-pound sophomore. There are your Wildcat starters for the night. Brought to you by Buford Roofing and Construction. Flags fly and whistles as well.
False start. Offense. Number 83. 5-yard penalty. Remains third down.
Well, that's fantastic. We actually made it more than half a quarter without our first false start of the night after we had, I think, about 23,000 last week between the two teams.
Yep, I was waiting for it, and there it is. But it doesn't help Plano East cause here. They were in a somewhat manageable 3rd and 10 situation. Now they get pushed back. May change the game plan here.
3rd and 15 from their own 25. Looking to pass, gets it out over the middle, and it is going. Now they're going to rule it incomplete. One official is saying catch, and the other one saying, is saying interception. Unbelievable job stepping in front of the receiver and picking it off. I didn't think he maintained possession. The officials say he did, and it's the second turnover of the game forced by the Wildcats.
He just got his hands inside where the football was, and I think it was just a tug of war, and the Wildcats end up with it. But that all stems from the pressure that Plano had inside. They're doing a great job, whether it's trying to fill in gaps from a run up the middle or getting after Miles Thompson. They're finding a way to get in backfield.
Wildcats have it 1st and 10, this time starting in East Territory at the 43-yard line. Single tight end, 2 receivers wide right. Ball in the middle of the field, I formation, 1st and 10. Waterbury tosses it back. Stevens, big hit as he is harpooned on that play. It's a great job filling space there by the reserve Panther defender, Michael Alleman, the sophomore linebacker who's been called up and into action with a great stick, limiting the gain to just a yard on the play for Stevens.
And again, it is what Joey McCullough wants to see from his defense. You're going to hit Brandon Stevens, you better hit him hard.
McConnell wide left, Kirchner wide right. Snap back, Stevens, hands off to Yoro, runs into a mass of humanity. And gang tackle there, the combination of Alleman, Deep and Brock also in on the stop. And another yard gain, this time by Lapaka Yoro. And this East defense so far has been as tough as advertised.
Yeah, they are fouling the ball carrier. Assignment football, that's what it's all about. And how many times this year have we seen Lapaka Yoro just bust one out on the edge or in between the tackles? No, nothing doing for him that time as everybody rallied to the football.
Waterbury is going to run in the play. Play clock down to 10. Timeout taken by the Wildcats. We'll take it with them. 3:53 left to go here in the first quarter. Plano 7, East nothing. Wildcats facing a 3rd and 8 on the East 41 when we return to John Clark Stadium after these messages on KVCE.
Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
3:53 left to go. First quarter, Plano with a 7-0 lead, facing a 3rd down and 8 now at the East 41-yard line. Panthers defense really been tough after the sudden change on a muffed punt recovered by the Wildcats. They took it in for a short drive, but other than that, yards have been tough to come by for the Chicago maroon-clad Wildcats tonight. 3rd down and 8, middle of the field. Snap back, Waterbury looking to set up a screen. Left side, catch is made. Yaro with some blockers in front of him. There's a flag down right where the block was thrown. The combination of two of the biggest boys down there, Austin Pugh, along with Caleb Yale, opened the hole for Yoro, who took it for 9 yards before he was upended. But
on the offense, number 73. That's a 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. 3rd down.
So again, the 9 yards comes off the board. Then you move back 10 more. That's kind of some of those hidden yardage. It's not going to be a first down conversion. It's going to be 3rd down now and 14 for Plano.
Yeah, it's been tough this season. In instances like this where Wildcats want to really capitalize. They get good blocking up front and they get called for holding and it comes back. Those are things that just stifle drives.
Kirchner wide right, Arongo slot right. That's the wide side of the field. Ryan McConnell wide left. Back to pass on 3rd and 14. Flare pass out of the backfield over the head of Brandon Stevens. He was being tracked the entire way by Michael Alleman. The sophomore was with him, so even if Stevens makes that catch, it's not going to go for much at all, and it's going to be punting time for Plano, even though they're at the East 47-yard line.
Now this Panther defense, they are following protocol, and they know what's going to hurt them. That hitch pass has worked so well for Plano this season. Brandon Stevens catches it on the fly, and he is off to the races. Well, you've got to track him, and Alleman does just that.
Punting formation, Jordan Christensen back at his own 40. Takes a step, gets his boot away. It's a high spinner. Going to go down inside the 15, take a Plano bounce inside the 10, and it's going to be stopped in its tracks at the 8-yard line. Regas covering it up there. So a fantastic effort, coffin corner style, 39 yards on the punt for Jordan Christian. Nice effort, and Panthers avoid giving up a score, but they have about as long of a road to hoe as possible as they now have it 1st and 10 on their own 8.
Yeah, but a nice defensive stand, though, after throwing the interception. You're thinking, okay, Plano has some momentum. They're up near midfield, can capitalize on good field position, but no, it's the intelligence of the Panther defense that wins.
Here's a handoff around the left side, cuts back into the middle. And some decent running by Trey Hunter. He takes it across the 10 out to the 14. It's a 6-yard gain on 1st down, and that's something the Panthers have not had the luxury of so far tonight, is a good gain on 1st down.
Yeah, they have to do that. You know, again, it's all about getting in to 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3 for their offense, and the Wildcats, the first couple of drives have been in the backfield. Not that time as the stonewall thrown up by the Panther O-line.
2 blockers in the backfield. Carson Young, the junior, is one. Michael Johnson, the senior, the other. Another give, and this time not as successful as a run, as Lee and Pusateri, Monte Payne all in there on the stop. It's going to be a loss. No, actually, they're going to mark him right at the 14-yard line. Maybe a half-yard loss, nothing more than that for Trey Hunter.
Just seems that this Plano defense gets better every single week. And that time, you mentioned it, 3 different Wildcats. I even saw 5. You saw TJ Lee in there along with Jason Lee. Those 2 guys coming up, hugging the line of scrimmage and getting to the ball carrier.
3rd down and 4. Around the left side, out across the 15. Boy, I think he's going to be a yard shy of the 1st down as they go with the misdirection play. And they're going to spot it down at the 17. That's going to be a gain of 3 on 3rd and 4. That means it's 4th and 1, and Joey McCullough sends out his punt unit.
Yeah, there's no question here. You have to. The way that your defense has performed, I know Plano had the touchdown with the short field, but for so far, the Panthers have held their own. I love this call here. Punt the thing away.
In tight protection as the Wildcats look like they may be coming after Landis Durham. Good pass back off the side of his foot. Takes a great east bounce, though, as it goes across the 50, across the 45, and goes out of bounds at the 44-yard line. So it didn't get much air as the line drive goes, but it's effective. 39 yards, nothing on the return. And with 65 seconds remaining here in the 1st quarter, Plano has the ball once again, starting on their own 44 with a 7-0 lead in their back pocket.
I was going to say, Thomas, maybe the fact that TJ Lee couldn't return that is a win for Plano East. He couldn't get his hands on the football the way that thing just bounced its way to the sideline. But still good field position here for the Wildcats.
McConnell wide left. 2 tight ends on the left side of the line, Tecklenburg and Kirchner. The fullback is Tomas Venegas. Waterbury with a handoff, a draw play. Stevens, a lot of running room, gets out across the 50, inside the 45, and down to the 44-yard line before being brought down on the play. But it's a great gain of close to 13 yards before Ralph French, the sophomore linebacker, finally brings him down. And it's a Plano 1st down brought to you by Buford Roofing and Construction.
Yeah, Quinn Waterbury has improved every single week since he took over as the starter, and it's those plays like that that really do help. The effectiveness of his arm allows Plano to have that little draw play that earned Stevens a first down.
Caleb Yale comes in as an extra lineman. Snap back, Stevens, direct snap, and it's not going to be very effective. The Wildcats is it was well sniffed out. Landis Durham again on the bottom of the pile, tackling Stevens after a 1-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 9 from the 42 on the east side of the field for the Wildcats, and that will do it for the first quarter. Plano 7, Plano East nothing. Plano ISD Game of the Week continues in a moment. You're listening to the Road Boss Flooring America and Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat and Plano East Panther football. 7-0 Wildcats on top of Plano East. Back to Clark Stadium after these messages on AM 1160 KVCE, Highland Park, Dallas-Fort Worth's Business Authority.
Shell experts here with a pitching machine and a shield to demonstrate the importance of protecting your engine.
Think of me as an engine. The Shield is new Shell gasoline with 20% more nitrogen and rich cleaning agents than before.
And the baseballs are gunk that attack intake valves and fuel injectors.
Come on, gunk, is that all you got?
Gunk is out of here.
New Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
We start the second quarter. We'll switch sides. Wildcats now will be driving from right to left in your radio dial from south to north. 2nd down and 9 for Plano at the East 42. Wildcats with a 7-0 lead over the crosstown rival Panthers. Thomas Lee here with you, along with Ryan Mueller. Dr. Alex Sterling alongside as well. Cameron Brock down on the sideline. I want to thank you for being a part. Friday Night Football here on KVCE. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Waterbury waits for the snap. Handoff, Stevens, reverse back to Yoro. Tries to turn the corner and he's spun down. What a fantastic job on both sides of the play as Landis Durham made the pitch from Stevens to Yoro incredibly difficult. And then a great open field tackle by Reuben Donald holding his assignment. And it's going to be a loss of 6 on the play for Plano.
It took the words right out of my mouth, Thomas, because that play was all about Landis Durham, and he has made his impact here in the early part of this football game. And another opportunity for him to whip around the side and disrupt that play. And that's why Yoro took a little bit more time to string it out, and then he got put on the turf.
Kirshner wide left. That's the wide side of the field. 2 receivers right. McConnell wide right. Arango, slot right. Inside, draw, handoff. Stevens runs through a tackle, still on his feet. 35-30. Inside to the 25, to the 15, to the 10, to the 5. Touchdown, Stevens! My goodness, he ran through 2 or 3 tackles at the line of scrimmage and then followed the convoy all the way in for a touchdown. It's a 47-yard touchdown run for the sensational junior, Brandon Stevens.
In the first quarter, Brandon Stevens not able to get off to a good jump. That time he did. He finally got the space. The little channel opens up, and he's there. And I don't know how he split the 2 Plano East defenders converging on him. Alante Williams and Mark Loveland both converging on the running back, and Stevens just turns on the afterburners and squeaks through there for the touchdown.
Snap by Hott, hold by Kirshner, kick by Arango. Heavy pressure, and he misses the PAT. So Arango now 1 for 2 on the season for the point after try. Plano, though, does score 1 minute into the second quarter. It's Wildcats 13, Panthers nothing. 11 minutes left to go first half. You're listening to Plano ISD Game of the Week, brought to you by Rodenbos Flooring American Appliances right here on KVCE.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be 3 things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute, online at gdyo.org/jazz.
Second touchdown of the night for Brandon Stevens, this time from 47 yards. Extends Plano's lead. 4 plays, 56 yards, 2:05 off the clock. Plano missed the PAT. Plano 13, Plano East nothing. Scoring drive brought to you by Flat Shell Service Center.
Amatosho on the return from the 5, angles left, out across the 10 to the 15 to the 20. Spin move at the 25 and then brought down shortly thereafter at the 27-yard line. So a nice return. And good news for the Panthers. Their starting field position not as bad as the last drive, even though they do trail 13-0. 10:52 left to go here in the first half.
It just seems like they're a play away from securing that first down. A punt to start their first series, through the pick, and then followed it up with another 3 and outs. The goal right now here for the Panthers is to move the chains.
Flags fly, whistles blow, and this play never happened.
Illegal substitution, 12 men on the field, on the offense, 5 yards, first down.
So instead of moving from our left to our right, Plano East moving from our right to our left with the penalty.
I do want to correct myself. Plano East did have 1 first down.
Now that we got that sorted out, 1st and 15. Here's a handoff, inside run, and nowhere to go as, again, TJ Lee is their leading tackler on the team, and he brings down the Panther running back after not much of a gain. Let's check in with Cameron Brock because that is not Trey Hunter who's out there.
Bad news for Plano East right now. Trey Hunter, the running back for the Panthers, in a sling right now. His pads are off.
And that is why Deontay Powell is in the ballgame. Play fake to him. They're going to throw it up on the right side. Juggled and almost caught. Deflected at the last second. Regis got a piece of it. But the Panthers trying to take shots with the height advantage of Amatosho, who is a 6'3", 170-pound sophomore going up against Regis, listed at 5'9", but as we saw in the John Tyler game the beginning part of the season, that's not a good idea even if you have a height advantage to go after the sophomore Regis because he is up to the task.
Regis is athletic. I mean, for a corner, as you said, he doesn't have quite the height as maybe some others, but the sophomore he's talented, and he's going to hang with the best of them. Namatoso is one of the best receivers on Plano East side.
10:15 left to go here in the first half. Play action fake, going to pass again. Bucket ball, right side again, and a little contact, but mostly a great job as a defensive back of Regis. I'm going to use it. Boxing out Amatosho there on the outside. There was no chance for the lanky sophomore to make the catch. A little sophomore on sophomore action here with Amatosho and Regis. Once again, the Wildcat comes away with the victory.
And Thompson put that thing up there. He threw it, it seemed like as far as he could throw it, and that's where Amatosho was just trying to catch up to it, try to push Regis out of the way so he could make the catch, but that ball sailed well over his head.
So now it's 4th and 16, and Durham's back on to punt it away. A little bit of a rush, but he uncorks one here. It's going to angle left, bounce across the 40 to the 37-yard line, taken there by Lee to the 40. Trying to turn the corner, does it, stiff arm to the 45, and finally run out of bounds just shy of the midfield stripe. Run out of bounds on the play by Marquise Morrow, the senior defensive back. TJ Lee, after a punt of 42 yards, is going to return it for 14. And it's going to be 1st and 10 Wildcats. Once again in East Territory, Ryan. They are controlling the field position battle so far in this contest.
They're just trying to manage it. And Coach McCullough loves that, I'm sure. But, you see a great example. I made the point earlier, you don't want TJ Lee to return footballs. That's the reason why Plano East is squibbing. But that time he had an opportunity, almost busted one loose.
Receiver right, receiver left, and Brandon Stevens awaiting the direct snap. 1st and 10 at the East 49. Snap back, trying to be a design QB run. And a great job of going low and spilling Stevens to the turf. It's going to be a loss of 2 on the play. Nice tackle by Reuben Donald.
You're seeing the defensive backs for Plano East coming up to help out. That's another good sign for Joey McCullough, that he has the collective effort from his defense. They're just watching out. If Brandon Stevens is going to try to be patient and cut, they're going to bring him to the turf. Panthers good rotation on that play.
Second down and 12 for the Wildcats. Ball back in their territory at the 49. Kirchner split wide left from the left hash. 2nd and 12. Waterbury under center, play action fake, rolls out, goes deep, has a man. It is caught. Still on his feet to the 25, to the 20. And chug it down the sideline goes big Tecklenburg, and he's in for the touchdown. 51-yard touchdown strike from Quinn Waterbury to Sam Tecklenburg, the senior's first receiving touchdown of the year.
One of my favorite plays is to see the tight end get involved in the passing game. And Tecklenburg, 6'4", 250 pounds, and he's able to get his body free into space. Waterbury, not an easy throw for him whatsoever. He got turned around coming out of the pocket and somehow threw a perfect strike to his tight end, and Tecklenburg off to the races.
Snap is down, kick is up. It is good for Orongo. New score from John Clark Stadium. Plano 20, Plano East nothing. 8:55 left to go first half. You're listening to the Plano ISD Game of the Week, brought to you by Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances here on KVCE.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Sam Tecklenburg with a 51-yard touchdown pass extends Plano's lead. Took only 1 minute and only 2 plays. Plano 20, Plano East nothing. Scoring drive brought to you by Flat Shell Service Center.
The different components of that touchdown pass we'll break down in just a second. A really great job on both ends of the play. Amatosho from the 7, angling back to the left in the middle of the field. Out across the 20, out to the 25. Is going to be hit, tackled down at the 30-yard line. So 23 yards on the return before he is brought down on the play. And it'll be 1st and 10 Panthers on the 30. But between Waterbury avoiding the sack and Tecklenburg making the catch and not being tackled out of bounds, that was a Sports Center highlight waiting to happen.
Yeah, as physical as he is, as big as he is, I mean, built like a house. You're thinking if he gets hit, he may kind of tip over and find his way on the sideline. But no, that's not the case. He's a big old boy that can hold his weight, and he marched all the way down the sideline for a touchdown. This Plano Wildcat team, that's all about the run, what Brandon Stevens has been able to do to set up that pass.
Panthers 1st and 10 on their own 30. Handoff, nowhere to go, stood up. And that play is absolutely blown up by the interior pressure of Conley McCabe. There was just nowhere for the back to go. The handoff went to Javon Redmond, the 5'8", 188-pound senior. But McCabe wouldn't even let him get started. It's a loss of 3. Panthers trying to run tempo quickly to the line of scrimmage. 2nd down and 13 from their own 27. And whistles blow, flags fly, and I think we have a timeout taken by the Panthers.
Timeout. Plano East. That's their first.
8:14 left to go first quarter. Plano up 20-0. Listening to the Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances presentation, Plano ISD football on KVCE. Back after these messages.
Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
And welcome back to John Clark Stadium. 8:14 left to go first half. Plano with a 20-0 lead. Plano East facing 2nd down and 13 now on their own 27-yard line. Around the district, Louisville on top of Flower Mound 17-7. Plano West is a touchdown lead in the second quarter as well over Marcus 10-3. You're not going to believe what's going on over at the Woodshed. I'll tell you after the 2nd and 13 play. Post pattern, caught, first down for Plano East. Their second of the ball game. Excellent job by Thompson stepping into that throw and throwing an absolute dart that finds the waiting grasp of Zadok Williams. The junior hauls it in for 17 yards.
And I think that is the first time tonight that we've seen Miles Thompson be able to drop back comfortably. He's got good protection up front, and he just slings that ball right out there in that post pattern. Like you said, Wilson, right on the numbers, makes the catch.
Panthers 1st and 10 at their own 44. Play action, rolling left, designed run. Thompson runs out of bounds, gets a yard, maybe two, as he steps out just ahead of Ja'Cory Sanders and TJ Lee. It'll be 2nd and 9 upcoming. Over at the Woodshed, the home of the Hebron Hawks. Hawks with 10 minutes of possession in the first quarter took a 7-0 lead on Allen, who then comes back with a Feliciano 48-yard run. The kick failed, so they just took their first lead with 5.5 remaining in the first half. Sawyer Williams, a 22-yard field goal after the Hawks made a goal line stand. Here's a pass to the left side, a broken tackle, and the Panthers are going to score. Say goodnight to this one. Tim Wilson takes it to the house on a perfect strike. It's 55 yards all told from Miles Thompson to Tim Wilson, and the Panthers are on the scoreboard.
Wow, in rhythm, too. Thompson drops back. He surveys the field. He sees Wilson break away from a cornerback. He has a step or two on him, and Thompson just doesn't miss. He throws that ball right into the waiting hands of the receiver, and Tim Wilson makes his way to the end zone for a Panther touchdown.
PAT attempt, good snap, good hold. Plenty of leg on this one. The kick is up, and it misses wide left. So Henry Matson misses. And the score will remain 20-6. Plano on top of Plano East. But a big explosive play from the Panthers to breathe new life onto the east sideline. 7:33 left to go first half. Plano 20, Plano East 6. You listen to the Rodenbaugh Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano ISD football here on KVCE.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
After starting 0 for 5 passing, Miles Thompson hits his last 2 passes. This time, 55-yard touchdown to receiver Tim Wilson. 2 first downs, 4 plays, 70 yards in the touchdown drive. Took a minute, 22 seconds. East misses the PAT. Plano 20, Plano East 6. Scoring drive brought to you by Flat Shell Service Center.
Kickoff goes out of bounds, and while the officials sort that out, let's go down to the field and check in with Cameron Brock.
The Panthers feel that they are back in it. They came to the sideline saying, we're back in this, we're back in this. They were really complimenting the offensive line for their great protection.
Re-kick.
Thank you, Cameron. Very excited over on the east side, although the crowd not quite what Plano East normally draws. I think the threat of impending natural disaster like rain may be distracting and dissuading folks from coming out. If you're one of those, thanks for tuning us in tonight to listen to the broadcast. After the penalty, they will ask the Panthers to re-kick. Matson now has it teed up at the 35-yard line, kicking off from left to right on your radio dial with 7:33 left to go here in the first half. 2-touchdown lead for the Wildcats as they get the ball back. Line drive now angles to the left. Catch made at the 21. Reversing field now to the 25. Cuts back to the right across the 30 and spun down to about the 33-yard line. Nice return by Cameron Jackson, one of the up men. And the Wildcats will take over, leading it 20-6 over the Panthers, as once again there's a clock malfunction here at John Clark Stadium, and we've lost a good 25 seconds as the clock continues to tick down inside of 7:05, now stopped finally at 7:03.
And now the officials have to talk about it, but That's a huge touchdown for Plano East. Keep them in the ball game. It's got to feel good for Thompson to be able to air the ball out and get the ball into the hands of his receiver. Panthers on the board.
Reset the game clock to 7 minutes, 12 seconds. 7-12.
So the Wildcats will take over 1st and 10 on their own 31-yard line, leading it 20-6. One receiver wide left, I formation, Waterbury under center from the right hash on their own 31. Handoff, Stevens explodes through the hole to the 35 to the 40, cuts back to the left, 45, turns the corner at the 50. Hesitation, and then is hammered out of bounds at the 35-yard line. Big hit applied by Reuben Donald, but not before 34 yards are chewed up by number 2, Brandon Stevens. And another Wildcat first down. This one brought to you by Rodenbaugh's Flooring, American Appliances.
Makes it look so easy. Just the simple change of direction and what he's able to do to get the defense so far behind him. And that just, it's the speed of Brandon Stevens, how he has that ability.
Ryan McConnell wide left, 2 tight ends, I formation, Waterbury under center. 1st and 10 at the East 35. Another give. This time it's Byron Tate, the junior, is spun down. It's going to be a loss of 2 on the play. And a great job by Austin Corbett to fight his way into the backfield and make a tackle for a loss.
Yeah, as much as Landis Durham has found a way to whip around and make plays, Austin Corbett has been there too, as he just fights in between the tackles to get after the ball carrier, and will change the pace there for the Wildcats, bringing in Byron Tate.
Second down and 12. Kirchner in motion now. Wing back on the right side. Play action, rolling out, has Kirchner complete. Sidesteps a man at the 30, down inside to the 25, still on his feet, down the sideline and tripped up as he dives down inside the 15 to the 14. Touchdown saving tackle made for the Panthers there by Jordan Williams, the cornerback, but it goes for 23 yards. And another Wildcat first down brought to you by Buford Roofing and Construction.
And Williams was on the turf when he made that tackle. He was laid out and somehow got his hand on the ankle of Matt Kirchner, but at the right time for the Wildcats to call that play action, roll it out, and get the quick wide receiver on the side.
1st and 10 Wildcats at the East 13 from the right hash, leading at 20-6. Inside of 6 minutes we go here, second quarter. Delay, toss back, turning the corner inside the 10, inside the 5, and Tate spilled down to the 4. It's a 9-yard gain for Byron Tate. The junior totes the rock inside the 5 for the Wildcats.
He was able to run with a full head of steam, too, after that little delay and just upend it. Good placement right there by Plano East just to upend him.
Waterbury breaks the huddle, sends McConnell wide right. Tecklenburg and Kirchner tight ends on the left side. I formation. Now the 2 tight ends move over to the right on the right hash. 2nd and 1 from the East 5-yard line. Toss back, Tate trying to turn the corner, sidesteps one tackler, lowers his shoulder, fights hard, and he gets in. First touchdown of the year for Byron Tate as the junior takes it in from 5 yards out. And Plano increases its lead here in the first half.
The Panthers were so dominant there in the early part of the first quarter of wrapping up with their tackles. But on this particular play, you got to give credit to Byron Tate. He is somehow able to wiggle himself loose from 2 separate Plano East defenders and then bull his way into the end zone for a touchdown.
On to attempt the PAT is Arango. Snap by Hot, hold by Kirchner, and once again, Arango is up and good. He's 3 for 4 tonight. Not bad for the senior receiver turn kicker. 5:03 left to go here first half. Plano with a 27-6 lead over the Plano East Panthers. You're listening to Rodenbaugh's Flooring America and Appliances presentation. Plano ISD football here on KVCE. Back to Clark Stadium after these messages.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Third straight touchdown drive for Plano. This time, 4-yard touchdown run by Byron Tate. 5 plays, 69 yards on the touchdown drive. Took 2.5 minutes. Plano 27, Plano East 6. Scoring drive brought to you by Flat Shell Service Center.
Here's a kickoff deep down the right side, taken at the 19. Amatosho again. Great juke move, trying to bounce it out to the right side, and is hog-tied and dropped by Lapaka Yoro at the 31-yard line. I thought Amatosho might turn the corner and bust it for a big play. Well, there's 5-0 coming in and making the tackle there. Yoro with the great open field drop, and it's 1st and 10. Panthers now at their own 31.
And a nice touchdown by the Wildcats. They got that big boost off Brandon Stevens' run to start that drive, and they finish it up, of course, on the ground again to Byron Tate. But with Panthers scoring, you know that the Wildcats feel a little bit of pressure. They got to pad that lead, and they did.
1st and 10, Panthers on their own 31 from the right hash. Snap back, Thompson, laser comes out to the left side. It's good for 4 yards. As the pass is hauled in by Cameron Moore, the sophomore, second leading receiver in catches, yards, tied for the team lead in touchdowns with 1, along with now Tim Wilson and Amatosho.
Yeah, with Amatosho such a threat, some of these other guys have to step up and help out, and Miles Thompson has spread the ball around here.
Jason Sievert is wide left, 2 receivers to the right. Thompson comes out firing, pass right side off the fingertips of Moore. TJ Lee was closing in a hurry. Even if he had made the catch, it wouldn't have been much of a gain. It'll bring up 3rd down and 6 now for the Panthers on their own 35-yard line.
Yeah, Miles Thompson realized he had such a small window. TJ Lee playing off a few steps. He's like, hey, I got to fire this thing in there right away. And I think that was a little bit quicker than Moore had expected, and that's why it went off the fingertips.
3rd down and 6 for the Panthers on the left hash on their own 35. Back to pass after a shotgun snap. Thompson fires it out, has a man, and it's caught. Great precision in the passing game there, as it's hauled in by Jason Sievert, his 3rd catch of the year. And this one will be enough to move the chains as it's hauled in at the 44-yard line. Goes for a gain of 9 on 3rd and 6. Panther first down brought to you by Rodenbaugh's Flooring, American Appliances.
See, spreading out the love. That's what Miles Thompson has to do. It seemed like Coach McCullough, Joey that is, committing to the run in the early part of the game. Now transitions, and he's getting all kinds of characters involved.
Back to pass. Flushed out of the pocket, rolling right. Thompson, smart play to just throw it out of bounds. 2 Wildcats were bearing down on him. Brandon Wall, the defensive end, and the linebacker, Ja'Cory Sanders. They were about to make a Miles Thompson sandwich, but Fleet of Foot Jr. gets out of harm's way.
Yeah, and like you said, a heady decision, too, because Zadok Wilson and Cameron Moore both downfield, well covered. There's nowhere to go with the football. Take your losses and throw the thing away.
2nd down and 10. Panthers on their own 44. Play fake, keeper, Thompson bouncing it out around the right side, still on his feet. Gets to the 50 and is finally pushed out of bounds. Excellent run by the quarterback Thompson there. He wasn't this much of a ground threat last year in Randy Jackson's offense, but this year he's really doing a good job of churning up yards, getting close to 200 rushing yards on the year as he gets into Plano territory with a 7-yard run.
And just a smart play, too, to add to that speed. And he does run hard, Thomas. So you look at that inside of the defensive line, everything breaks down in front of Miles Thompson, but he has the know-how to change direction, get away from the pressure, and pick up yards.
2 receivers left. Zadok Wilson all alone wide right. Flags fly, pass left side on a quick outcut, and the pass is caught right at the sticks by Cameron Moore. even though TJ Lee was all over him. Let's check and see what the penalty flags are. We've got one on each side of the field. And the preliminary indication looks like this one's going to go against the Wildcats. But hold the phone. No, they may reverse their decision. Let's hear from our referee.
It doesn't matter. Offsides on the defense. Number 35, 5-yard penalty, first down.
3rd down and 4. Pass was complete. Probably would have been a first down, but heck, why not take the extra yard in the penalty and the sure thing?
Yeah, and I think you're right, Thomas, that looking at that play, looking at the line of scrimmage, both sides flinched, but it may have been Tecklenburg squeaking across and making contact.
2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Thompson looking to fire. Post pattern. Caught. No, and then dropped. Oh, man. I thought that Moore had hung on. Pretty big hit leveled on him by the Lee brothers whenever he tried to corral it before he tumbled to the turf. It's incomplete. Bring up 2nd and 10 now from the Wildcat 45.
Kind of an adjustment after the Tim Wilson touchdown. You can tell that the Wildcat defense being a little bit more physical as TJ Lee is wrapping up receivers. He's hitting them hard, make them hear those footsteps before they catch the football.
Panthers looking to add to the scoreboard. They trail Plano 27-6. They've got it 2nd and 10 on their own on the Wildcat 45. Sets up a screen, left side, catch is made. But the back loses his footing as Javon Redmond couldn't stay standing. I think Thompson might have let him just a hair too much there as he tried to spin around and make the catch. He tumbles down for a 2-yard loss.
Simply got turned around, and that's tough. You lose your footing and try to go after the football, and it just quite wasn't there. It made a heck of a near grab there. But Miles Thompson, I just love the improved play. Seems like a different quarterback here in the second quarter, a little more comfortable. He's leading the charge right now for the Panthers.
Amato show wide right, and before we get to playoff, timeout.
Timeout. Plano East. That's their second.
Big possession down coming up. It's going to be 3rd and 12 when we come back here to John Clark Stadium. You're listening to the Road Boss Flooring America and Appliances presentation of Plano ISD football. Plano on top of East, 27-6. 2:44 left to go first half. Back after these messages on KVCE.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
.244 left to go here in the first half. Plano 27, Plano East 6. Panthers have the ball at the Wildcat 47-yard line. 3rd down and 12. Shotgun snap is back. Thompson standing tall in the pocket, now flushed out to his right. Looking downfield, throws behind, and it's intercepted. Pass was intended for Sievert, but coming away with the INT is Dejon Howard, his first interception of 2014.
And the pressure came, and Miles Thompson tried to do everything he could to deliver the football. Problem was the Wildcat defense made him throw without his feet set. He threw on the run, and that ball just sailed on him. And right place, right time. Dejon Howard, so much talent. He has made some key plays here in 2014, and there is yet another one.
1st down and 10. We'll check in with Cameron after this first down play. Kirchner wide left. That's the wide side of the field. Slot left, Sam Morongo. Wide right is Ryan McConnell. Waterbury takes a shotgun snap. Play fake to Tate, looking to pass, steps up in the pocket, unloads deep downfield, has a man, Kirchner, in and out of his hands at the 20. Close coverage on the play by the safety, Jordan Williams. Kirchner couldn't hold on. It'll be 2nd and 10. We go down to the field and check in with Cameron.
Look for Plano to get back to the running game soon. The coaches on the offensive side really want the offensive linemen to open up specific gaps for Brandon Stevens to run through.
2nd down and 10, Plano at their own 43. Ball on the right hash. Same formation. Slot left is Arango. Wide left is Kirkner. Shotgun snap. Quick pass. Right side. Catch is made and run out of bounds after the quick hitch is Garrett Frederick hauling in his third pass of the year. He's going to take it for 8 yards across the 50 into East Territory at the 49 and set up a much more manageable 3rd down and 2 situation.
And to Cameron's point, I mean, that is definitely important for the offensive line to create the lanes for Brandon Stevens, and that's what that does right there. It gives you the ability to spread the field a little bit more because so much focus and attention is played to Stevens. You got to throw it out wide.
Yarrow on the right hip, the quarterback Waterbury. He's got big Tecklenburg in front of him. 2 receivers right. That's the short side of the field. 1 to the left. Draw. Yarrow takes off, dives down. That's a great low tackle there by the Panther defense, led by the sophomore linebacker Ralph French. Looks like it's going to be about a half-yard shy of the first down. Fantastic play by French there to bring up 4th down and inches.
Talked about Landis Durham making his presence felt in this football game. That was early on. Wildcat offensive line has found some way to neutralize that man, and he is a beast. 6'3", 230 pounds. That time just couldn't get off a block to make the play.
Wildcats going to go for it. Play clock down to 3, and the timeout taken by Plano.
Timeout. Plano. That's their second.
1:34 left to go. First half. 27-6 lead for the Wildcats. They're going to go for it. 4th down and inches when we return to John Clark Stadium after these messages on the Rodenbos Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano ISD football on KVCE.
Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
1:34 left to go here in the half, and I think J.Don McCullough's had a change of heart. The punt unit now out there. Jordan Christensen standing back at his 39-yard line, awaiting the deep snap from Hayes Schmidt. 4th and inches. They do pass it back. Nobody back deep for the Panthers. This one's going to bounce inside the 15, inside the 10, inside the 5, and the Wildcats couldn't get down there to down it in time as the punt goes 48 yards, 28 on the net. And Plano East will take over with 1 minute and 23 seconds left to go here in the first half. They get another explosive play. They can cut the lead in half here before the break.
And I think that is the right call. Coach McCullough thought about going for it, thought about it some more, and then he sends the punting unit out there. And that's, I think you force Plano East here to go a majority of the field if they want to score before the half.
So the Panthers have it 1st and 10 on their own 20. 1:23 left to work. They do have a timeout left in their pocket. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Quick pass right side. Catch made by Wilson. Zadek with the juke move. Gets brought down at the 28-yard line. Combination of Ja'Cory Sanders and T.J. Lee on the stop after an 8-yard gain from Thompson to Wilson. Quickly to the line of scrimmage. Slot right Wilson, wide right Amatosho. That's the short side of the field. 1 receiver wide left. Inside give, some running room for Deontay Powell for the first time tonight. Upended by T.J. Lee at the 39. It's an 11-yard run on 2nd and 2, and the clock will pause with 51 seconds left here in the first half as they reset the chains.
A little lane opens up, and it doesn't waste any time. Deontay Powell just hits it right away and gets the first.
Wilson wide left, 2 receivers right. Shotgun set for Thompson. Inside of 40 seconds we go. Pumps to the right, now on his feet, rolls to the right side, flushed out of the pocket, steps and fires, and has a man. It's caught, and he goes out of bounds. Boy, heads-up play by the sophomore Adi Amatosho there. He steps out at the 43-yard line in Wildcat territory as the pass play goes for a very quick and tidy 18 yards. And the clock stops, 31 seconds left to go before half. Same formation. Wilson slot right, Amatosho wide right from the right hash. 1st and 10 from the Wildcat 43. Zone read play, keeper by Thompson, gets down to the 37. Clock ticks down to 23 seconds, and a timeout is taken by the Panthers. We'll take it with them. 21 seconds, maybe a little bit more time will be put back on the clock. 27-6 your score. Plano on top of East as the Panthers take their final timeout of the half. And we'll be back to Clark Stadium after these messages on KBCE.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
24 seconds left to go here in the first half. Plano with a 27-6 lead on Plano East. Thomas Lee here, Ryan Mueller alongside, Alex Sterling, Cameron Brock. We're all here ready for the big Plano East ball game. 24 seconds left to go here in the first half, and Plano East with a 2nd and 4 at the Wildcat 37-yard line. Look at the score before the break. 2nd and 4. Snap back on the right hash. Thompson, time in the pocket, now flushed out. Starts to run to his left. Has a lot of green in front of him. To the 35, to the 30, to the 25. Steps out of bounds. The 23-yard line. That's a nice play. 14-yard scramble for Miles Thompson. And the clock stops with 15 seconds now left here in the half. And it'll be 1st and 10 at the Wildcat 23.
Great vision by the QB. He saw not only the grass open to his left, but also that he had enough time to get the first down and get out of bounds. That's just nice vision from Miles Thompson.
Wilson, a tall, lanky receiver, wide left. That's the short side of the field. Wilson slot right. That's Zadok Wilson. Tim Wilson to the left. They're going to go jump ball to the tall receiver, and it's intercepted in the end zone. Wildcat defense comes away with the INT. Colton Pusateri, his first interception of the season. A Wildcat defense with only one INT in their first 6 games has 2, now make it 3 here in the first half.
Yeah, big momentum shift there as Plano East driving down the field, everything clicking, and Miles Thompson just unfortunately underthrew that pass a little bit, and then Pusateri, right place, right time, and it gets the pick, but that stifles a drive. Plano East wanted those points to end the half.
6 seconds left, and Wildcats may just toss it back, may just take a knee. Let's see what happens here. It's going to be a knee for Waterbury, and that'll do it for the first half of play. Tip your cap to the Panthers. They have brought their A game here tonight. But the Wildcats, running game and defense too strong, forcing 3 interceptions of Miles Thompson en route to a 27-6 halftime lead. Let's go down to the field. Cameron Brock has J-Don McCullough, the Wildcat head coach.
I'm here with Coach McCullough, J-Don McCullough, and Coach, your defense really clamps down that first half, especially that big stop it to end the half.
Yeah, we're doing a good job defensively. We've got to still do a lot better, and as you can see, they're pretty explosive. So we've got to keep the pressure on and not let up. We got 24 minutes, and I don't feel comfortable. I'll just be honest with you.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, Cameron. And no surprise there, J-Don McCullough, even with the 27-6 lead, he knows how dangerous this wounded Panther team can be, and they have shown Ryan some flashes of brilliance here in the first half. Just kind of stubbed their toe a couple of times along the way.
Yeah, offensively they've got the 3 interceptions. That does hurt, but they're staying in the game. They got the key touchdown that they wanted, and I see the fight tonight from Joey McCullough's team. I think both offensively and defensively, guys really stepping up. This is a rivalry game. They know the importance, and we're seeing them take their best shot at the Wildcats tonight.
Your score at the half, Plano 27, Plano East 6, coming up on the halftime show. All your favorite segments are on their way. Will we hear stats from the Dr. Alex Sterling from an exciting first half? We'll have your first half highlights and recap with Ryan Mueller. Already heard from Jadon McCullough down on the field. We'll hear from Joey McCullough at the end of the half, the Plano East head coach. But before all of that, when we come back here to John Clark Stadium, we'll take a look around the area scores here in North Texas in a busy Week 7 of high school football here in the great state. 27-6, Plano on top of Plano East. It's halftime. We'll be back after these messages. You listen to the Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano ISD football here on KVCE.
This program is produced and broadcast with the permission of and authorization from the Plano Independent School District. It is under the direction of and is copywritten by Sports Sounds Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, including any or all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Sports Sounds Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Sports Sounds Radio and SportsSoundsRadio.com. This is a Sports Sounds Radio presentation.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Shell experts here with a pitching machine and a shield to demonstrate the importance of protecting your engine.
Think of me as an engine. The Shield is new Shell gasoline with 20% more nitrogen and rich cleaning agents than before.
And the baseballs are gunk that attack intake valves and fuel injectors.
Come on, gunk, is that all you got?
Gunk is out of here.
New Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
Boss Academy Radio wants to give back to its listeners. For the first time in 10 years, Tony Robbins is coming back to Dallas to help you unleash the power within.
Are you going to give up or move forward? Are you going to blame somebody or are you going to change something? Whatever you do is going to shape your destiny.
Turn fear into power and transform everything from finances to your relationships to your health. This isn't hyper motivation, but a life-changing event hosted by a man who has helped transform and influence the lives of more than 8 million people worldwide. When registering to attend this powerful, life-changing 4-day seminar, get your special Boss Academy discount. All you have to do is dial 858-535-6220 and tell them Boss Academy sent you. Unleash the power within, where the impossible becomes possible with Tony Robbins Live, October 23rd through the 26th at the K. Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center, 650 South Griffin Street in Dallas. Visit kvceradio.com or call today and mention Boss Academy, 858-535-6220. That's 858-535-6220.
And welcome back here at the half. Plano with a 27-6 lead over the Plano East Panthers. Coming up here on the halftime show, we will have full stats from an explosive first half. We'll have all the highlights in a first half recap. But first, it's time to see what's going on in a very busy Week 7 schedule around high school football in North Texas. Let's take a look at the scoreboard, shall we? Let's start in District 6-6A competition as things are really starting to heat up. As the push for the playoff begins. It's a halftime score from Marauders Stadium between the 4-1 Plano West Wolves and the 4-2 Marcus Marauders. First quarter, all tied at 3, just a pair of field goals. Daniel Blaney with a 21-yarder for the Marauders, and then Parker Davidson boots through the distance shot from 52. And we're tied at 3 heading into the second quarter. And welcome back to the fold, Satonia Soso Jamabo. Shackled last week by the Wildcat defense, he is running wild tonight. And a 45-yard touchdown run 3 minutes into the second quarter. Closes out the half with a 69-yard touchdown run. But the Marauders will not go away with that balanced rushing attack. Stephon Hopkins' little brother, Nate Hopkins, has 16 carries, 112 yards. C.J. Respis with 2 rushing touchdowns on the night. We got ourselves a ball game at Marauder Stadium at the half. Plano West with a 24-17 lead over the Marcus Marauders. It's a 1-touchdown game. Robert Colmary, 5 of 7 passing for the Wolfpack, 50 yards and a touchdown. That was thrown to Andrew Gillespie. Jamabo, 14 carries, 169 yards, 2 touchdowns in the first half. Meanwhile, Andrew Parrish, 6 of 13 passing, 57 yards. He's also run for 18. But as I mentioned, Hopkins with a $112 on the ground in the first half. Respis with 51 yards and 2 touchdowns as well. Caden Smith, the sensational tight end, 5 catches, 53 yards. As both teams have about 240 yards of offense, 244 for West, 240 for Marcus. Each team with 1 fumble. It's the only turnover either team has had. It's a great ball game between 2 of the teams at the top of the district standings in 6-6A. At the half, West 24, Marcus 17. Elsewhere, they've gone to the half at Hawk Stadium. Hebron still looking for their first win of the season. Took an early 7-0 lead on the 2-time defending state champion Allen Eagles. But that's when Kyler Murray kicked it into gear. 48-yard touchdown run for David Feliciano. Sawyer Williams with a 22-yard field goal, and Kerry Hall hauls in a 39-yard TD pass from Murray with a minute and a half left to go in the first half, and Allen now with a 16-7 lead over Hebron at Hawk Stadium. Eagles 215 yards of offense to Hebron's 92. Clean ball game, no turnovers. Kyler Murray 7-11 passing, 129 yards and a touchdown. He's added 24 yards on the ground. Feliciano with a big run. That 48-yard touchdown jaunt has now 5 carries, 59 yards and a TD. Kerry Hall with the aforementioned receiving touchdown has 48 yards to lead all receivers on 2 catches. Richard Dodd in at quarterback for Hebron, 2 of 4 passing, 27 yards. Angelo Garbutt with a touchdown run, but only 12 rushes, 24 yards against a stingy Eagle defense. Trey Pugh, 4 rushes, 35 yards in the ballgame as the Eagles lead the Hawks 16-7 at the half. The Battle of Main Street. The Louisville ISD Farmers hosting the Flower Mound Jaguars, and less than 2 minutes to go in the first half, and the Jaguars are driving. They trail Louisville 24-14 right now. Farmers jumping out to a 17-7 lead in the first quarter. But the Jaguars scratching, clawing, coming back, and now have a touchdown. Logan Davis with an 18-yard touchdown run has closed this thing down to a 3-point game in the final 30 seconds of the first half. It's Louisville 24, Flower Mound 21. Farmers 199 yards of offense, Flower Mound 180. Both teams with a fumble loss. Logan Davis for the Jags, 9 of 17 passing, 140 yards and a touchdown. Also has a TD that I just mentioned on the ground from 18 yards out. 6 carries, 35 yards in all for Davis. Jordan Moore, 2 rushes, 5 yards and a touchdown. And Quentin Morris holding a touchdown pass from Davis as well. He's got a 57-yard reception, That was the TD toss from Davis. Adrian Villarreal, meanwhile, 13 of 19, a very efficient, 125 yards and 2 touchdowns on the night. Carl McGee with a touchdown on the ground for the Fighting Farmers, as Tyrell Shavers and Acosta both with touchdown catches. So we got a nail-biter going on at Max Goldsmith Stadium. Farmers 24, Jaguars 21. That's your look around the 6-6A scoreboard. Other scores in Class 6A action around North Texas here in Week 7, the second Friday night of October. We start out in 4-6A. Lamar with a 55-7 first-half lead over Pasco. Bowie up a touchdown on North Crowley, 28-21. That one also in the first half. To 5-6A we go. Geyer shutting out Fossil Ridge tonight. Wildcats roaring both here and there at C.H. Collins. Geyer with a 36-0 lead on Fossil Ridge. In another Wildcat-Panther matchup. Strange coincidence going on tonight up in Denton. Meanwhile, at Keller ISD, Central Chargers 4 points better than Northwest Texans. 21-17, Keller Central on top of Justin Northwest. 7-6A action, Colleyville Heritage up 24, Bagel on Haltom. Buffalo not roaming well tonight as the Panthers look to even their record on the year, both overall and in district play. And Southlake Carroll, curious to see how good the Richmond Rebels were. No, they're not to the task of slaying the Dragons tonight. Carroll with a 17-0 lead in the first half at Birdville Fine Arts Athletic Complex over the Richland Rebels. 8-6A, South Dallas showdown between Cedar Hill and Duncanville. All Longhorns tonight, 31-10 your score. In a ball game you can listen to on SportsSoundsRadio.com. Meanwhile, DeSoto in a dogfight with Mansfield. They started the third quarter at Eagle Stadium in a ball game that started a little early tonight. DeSoto with a 35-21 lead over the Mansfield Tigers, and South Grand Prairie shutting out the Gophers as the Battle of the Gopher Wario Bowl takes place tonight. 24-0 SGP on top of Grand Prairie. 9-6A Jesuit with 11-point lead on Irving, 28-17. MacArthur with a 41-0 halftime advantage over R.L. Turner. 10-6A action, Mesquite Horn doubling up Highland Park. The Scots District streak may come to an end tonight at Hamby Stadium. Horn 28, the Scots 14. Meanwhile, at Wildcat Ram Stadium, Lake Highlands with a 28-21 lead over Richardson. And Pierce up by 8 on the Skeeters. It's Pierce 21, Mesquite 13. And that's a look at your 6A scoreboard here at the half. Your score here at John Clark Stadium, Plano 27, Plano East 6. Coming up, first half stats, first half highlights, all that more. We continue in a moment. You're listening to Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano ISD football right here on AM 1160 KVCE, Highland Park, Dallas-Fort Worth's Business Authority.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635. Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be 3 things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute online at gdyo.org/jazz.
Saturday means Irish football. You got to respect each other. Running hard. He's going in. Long ball down the field. You got to compete as hard as you can.
Fighting down the sideline. Still working. Touchdown Notre Dame.
Listen on your home for Notre Dame football.
AM 1160. Tune in Saturday for Notre Dame football. The Fighting Irish battle North Carolina with coverage starting at 1:30 right here on your home for Notre Dame football. AM 1160 KVCE.
Want to play golf with a legend? Tuesday, October 14th at the Nancy Lieberman Foundation Celebrity Golf Classic at Prestonwood Country Club in Plano. Join me and legendary golfer Annika Sorenstam. We're going to raise money for kids in the Metroplex. To play or sponsor, call 972-473-2121 or go to nancyliebermanfoundation.org.
And welcome back here to John Clark Stadium. Plano with a 27-6 lead over the Plano East Panthers. We are here at the half. Thomas Lee here with you. Now time to bring in the doctor, Alex Sterling, to walk you through your first half stats and what was a big first half for the Wildcat ground game.
Thank you, Thomas. We're going to go team stats here first. First for Plano East, 8 first downs in the game, 59 yards rushing, 109 passing for 168 yards of offense. Had 3 interceptions and a fumble for 4 turnovers in the first half. 3 penalties for 15 yards, 11 minutes, 20 seconds time of possession for the Panthers. For Plano, 8 first downs, 137 yards rushing, 83 passing, 220 yards of offense, no turnovers, 2 penalties, 15 yards, and I'd like to add no false starts.
Hip, hip, hooray.
Moving on, 12 minutes, 40 seconds for the Wildcats time of possession. Going individuals for Plano East. Quarterback Miles Thompson, 7 of 17 passing, 109 yards and a touchdown with 3 interceptions. Also has 45 yards on the ground on 6 carries. Tim Wilson, the leading receiver for the Panthers, 1 catch, 55 yards and a touchdown. Zadok Wilson has 2 catches, 25 yards also for the Panthers. Running game hard to go by, so we mentioned Thompson, 45 yards rushing on the ground. He's the leading rusher for the Panthers. The backfield mates, let's say, with Trey Hunter, we saw him early on, the freshman. Let's say, reported he was on the sling. He's out. His replacement, Deontay Powell, 2 carries, 10 yards. Hunter had 5 carries for 7 yards. For Plano, quarterback Quinn Waterbury, 3 of 6 passing, 83 yards and a touchdown. That touchdown went to Big Sam Tecklenburg, 51 yards, big rumbling, bumbling, stumbling to the end zone with showing nifty feet down the sideline. We see why he plays both ways. Matt Kirshner also with a catch for 24 yards. Brandon Stevens, the leading rusher for the Wildcats, 9 carries, 124 yards and 2 touchdowns. Backfield mate Byron Tate, 4 carries, 15 yards and a rushing touchdown as well. Plano averaging over 7 yards a carry in the first half, running the ball.
Impressive stuff for the Wildcats there. Great job, Doc, as always, to get us on points. Make sure we know where every yard is accounted throughout the contest. Thank you for your continued excellence here each and every week. Time now to bring in Ryan Mueller to walk you through the first half highlights and first half recap. And there were a few explosive plays in this one, partner.
Yeah, just a few. I think we have 8 highlights for the first half. There's been a lot of back and forth, but as Doctor mentioned, it's all about the running game for the Wildcats and their big lead of 27-6 here at the break. So, Plano East wins the toss and they defer, so the Wildcats get the ball and the defenses show up early for both sides. The Wildcats own 36-yard line, a 3-and-out forced by the Panther defense, so the Wildcats set up shop. They punt it the Panther way, and the punt is fumbled and picked up by the Wildcats, and the Wildcats would start A new drive on their own 30-yard line, 3 plays, 30 yards. And, hey, Doctor talked about it, the running game setting the tone. Here's Brandon Stevens with his first run of the night.
Another direct snap to Stevens. He takes it right up the gut into the end zone. Touchdown, Plano. On 2nd and 5 from the east 6-yard line. Great power blocking up front by the Wildcat offensive line paves the way for the first touchdown of the night for Stevens on the ground.
Yeah, first touchdown for Brandon Stevens on the night. 7-0 the score. The Wildcats get on the scoreboard. So the Plano East Panthers have their first crack on offense finally, and their own 34-yard line, and 4 plays. They do get a first down. They move the ball 16 yards, but when it's all said and done, they are forced to punt. The Wildcats, their third series now, their own 46-yard line, get good field position, but that Plano East defense, Landis, Durham, and company, they force a 3-and-out. The Wildcats lose 3 yards, and it's tough going. Still with a 7-0 lead, so we'll punt it back to the Plano East Panthers. And for the Panthers, their own 30-yard line, once again, the Wildcat defense getting inside, disrupting any handoffs between Miles Thompson and his backs, and they lose 5 yards on the drive. But when it's all said and done, nice job by the Wildcat defense to come up and force the interception.
3rd and 15 from their own 25, looking to pass, gets it out over the middle, and it is going, now they're going to rule it incomplete. One official is saying catch, and the other one saying, it's saying interception. Unbelievable job stepping in front of the receiver and picking it off. I didn't think he maintained possession. The officials say he did, and it's the second turnover of the game forced by the Wildcats.
Plano gets the interception. They're still leading 7-0, trying to add to it. Would they do it? Let's find out. 4th series now. Their own 43-yard line. Another 3-and-out forced by the Panther defense. And once again, the Wildcats lose 3 yards. Almost 2 minutes of drive time there, so they'll stay with the 7-0 lead. 3rd series now for Plano East. They're all the way back at their own 8-yard line. That's the worst starting field position of the half. For the Panthers, they move the ball 9 yards and take 2.5 minutes off the clock. But once again, the punting unit comes out, and they punt it back to the Wildcats. 5th series now. Wildcats want points. They get good field position once again. Their own 44, 4 plays, a first down, 56 yards, almost 2 minutes of drive time. And we mentioned Brandon Stevens with a 6-yard touchdown. Here he is from 47 yards out.
Kirshner wide left. That's the wide side of the field. 2 receivers right. McConnell wide right. Arango slot right. Inside, draw, handoff. Stevens runs through a tackle, still on his feet. 35, 30, inside to the 25, to the 15, to the 10, to the 5. Touchdown, Stevens! My goodness, he ran through 2 or 3 tackles at the line of scrimmage and then followed the convoy all the way in for a touchdown. It's a 47-yard touchdown run for the sensational junior, Brandon Stevens.
Extra point would be missed, so it's a 13-0 lead now for the Wildcats after they add to it. The Panthers get the ball, their own 21-yard line, and lose 6 yards. It really is about the Wildcat defense getting into the backfield, making it a challenge for the Panthers to move the ball. Only 1 first down to show for thus far. So the Wildcats now 6 series, and man, they're trying to follow up Brandon Stevens' 47-yard touchdown. Their 6 series of the contest. 49-yard line in Panther territory. Just 2 plays. It's the second play where Waterbury flashes his arm.
Kirchner split wide left from the left hash. 2nd and 12. Waterbury under center. Play action fake. Rolls out. Goes deep. Has a man. It is caught. Still on his feet. To the 25. To the 20. And chug it down the sideline. Goes big Tecklenburg. And he's in for the touchdown. 51-yard touchdown strike from Quinn Waterbury to Sam Tecklenburg, the senior's first receiving touchdown of the year.
Tight end pretty nimble over there on the sidelines as he hauls it in for a touchdown grab. 20-0 the score after Tecklenburg receiving touchdown. Panthers get it back fifth series now. They are hungry for points. Their own 30-yard line. 4 plays, 2 first downs. Start to see some consistency in the passing game. It's a drive that would go 70 when it's all said and done, but it's capped off 55 yards. Here's Thompson with his arm.
Here's a pass to the left side, a broken tackle, and the Panthers are going to score. Say goodnight to this one. Tim Wilson takes it to the house on a perfect strike. It's 55 yards all told from Miles Thompson to Tim Wilson, and the Panthers are on the scoreboard.
It would miss the extra point, though, so the score is 20-6 in favor of the Wildcats, but you're starting to see the Panther offense pick up a little bit here. So the Wildcats would get the football after the Panther touchdown. 7th series, their own 31-yard line, 5 plays. They do get 2 first downs, 69 yards, and they set up shop from 5 yards out. Not Stevens this time. Another Wildcat back getting into the mix. Here's Byron Tate.
Waterbury breaks the huddle, sends McConnell wide right. Tecklenburg and Kirchner tight ends on the left side. I formation. Now the 2 tight ends move over to the right on the right hash. 2nd and 1 from the east 5-yard line. Toss back. Tate trying to turn the corner. Sidesteps one tackler. Lowers his shoulder. Fights hard and he gets in. First touchdown of the year for Byron Tate as the junior takes it in from 5 yards out. And Plano increases its lead here in the first half.
Yeah, 27-6 after the Tate touchdown there. And Plano East, of course, having to answer back, starting to click a little bit offensively. Their 6 series, their own 31-yard line. The most plays they would have in a drive for the first half. 8 plays, 2 first downs, and a pick thrown by Miles Thompson. So Plano Wildcats get the football back. A 3-and-out forced by the East defense. The 7th series now, their own 20-yard line. 6 plays, 3 first downs. The Panthers are moving the football, and they try to throw the fade here to the end zone.
Wilson, a tall, lanky receiver, wide left. That's the short side of the field. Wilson slot right. That's Zadok Wilson. Tim Wilson to the left. They're going to go jump ball to the tall receiver, and it's intercepted in the end zone. Wildcat defense comes away with the INT. Colton Pusateri, his first interception of the season. A Wildcat defense with only 1 INT in their first 6 games has 2, now make it 3 here in the first half.
Yeah, big-time play here by some defensive backs for the Plano Wildcats, and Plano would get it back after the interception and take a knee, and that's how we take it into the half. Thomas, 27-6, Plano on top of Plano East. There's your first half highlights.
Excellent job, Mr. Mueller. Always enjoy listening to the highlights. And before we take a break, let's go down to the field, check in with Cameron Brock, who just had an opportunity to talk to Joey McCullough, the head coach of the Plano East Panthers.
Coach Joey McCullough really wants to come out and spread the ball offensively. He understands, though, that he can't score 21 points in one possession. They're going to take it one possession at a time, and he plans to cut out the mistakes defensively.
Thank you, Cameron. Thanks also to Joey McCullough for spending time with us here at the half. Your score at the half, Plano 27, Plano East 6. Step aside for a break, come back, have the second half kickoff right after these messages. Panthers will receive in the second half, looking to try to cut into this 21-point deficit. Wildcats 27, Panthers 6. You're listening to the Roden Boss Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano ISD football on AM 1160 KVCE.
Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Shell experts here with a pitching machine and a shield to demonstrate the importance of protecting your engine.
Think of me as an engine. The Shield is new Shell gasoline with 20% more nitrogen and rich cleaning agents than before.
And the baseballs are gunk that attack intake valves and fuel injectors.
Come on, gunk, is that all you got?
Gunk is out of here.
New Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
This program is produced and broadcast with the permission of and authorization from the Plano Independent School District. It is under the direction of and is copywritten by Sports Sounds Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, including any or all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Sports Sounds Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Sports Sounds Radio and SportsSoundsRadio.com. This is a Sports Sounds Radio presentation.
It's a rivalry as storied as Texas high school football can get. Plano with 16 wins, Plano East with 15, and there's one tie between these two great schools here in the Plano ISD. Here at the half, though, Wildcats leading at 27-6. But over the course of history, of course, Plano winning 5 of the first 6 matchups. The first East win came in 1985, led by now head coach Joey McCullough, a 21-17 Panther victory. Another period of dominance in the early 90s for the Wildcats as they win 5 out of 7. They go 5-1-1 between 1990 and 1996. With the lone East win, that game I mentioned in the pregame show, where the deluge came in the second half. A 28-7 Panther victory. More about the rivalry. Here's the kickoff for the second half. It is long, and it's going to bounce into the end zone for a touchback. The Panthers will have it to start the second half. 97, though, became the era of the Panthers. 8 straight victories from 97 to 04. Before the Wildcats in that 14-1 magical ride in 2005 bested their crosstown rivals 24-7. And of course, Wildcat fans will tell you 5 of those victories came after Plano West opened, and most of those students coming from Plano Senior High School. Plano now in a period of dominance as well, going for their 3rd straight, 4th and 5th years. As the Panthers start out 1st and 10 on their own 25. Here's an inside give, running through tackles, and gets a good 9 yards on a first down carry. Deontay Powell, the junior, toting the rock there, gets 9, and it'll set up 2nd down and 1. Miles Thompson, the junior quarterback. Deontay Powell, the junior running back, Receivers Tim Wilson, Zadok Wilson, and Hadi Amatosho. Back to pass, quick hitch, right side. Amatosho with the catch, spin move, and immediately tackled by Regas. No, check that actually. In on the stop is Obali Inoaire, the junior defensive back. It's going to go for a gain of 8 and a first down for the Panthers. First down brought to you by Rodenbaugh's Flooring and Appliances. Offensive line from left to right, Alan Sarabia, the senior left tackle. Cole Moore, the junior left guard. The center, Dane Cordell, a junior. Right guard, senior Howard Mullins. And the right tackle, Charles Edgett, a senior as well. Inside give, back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more than that. As the defensive line slammed the door shut. On the Panthers, Monte Payne in there at one defensive end position. Brandon Wall at the other, the senior. The two seniors bookending, two seniors at tackles, Connor Welch and Sam Tecklenburg. Linebackers, Colton Pusateri, a senior, Jason Lee, a senior, and Ja'Cory Sanders, a sophomore. Secondary, Dejon Howard, a senior, Aaron Regas, a sophomore. Cameron Jackson filling in for the injured Cody Farhat at free safety, a senior, and TJ Lee, the junior. Leading tackler on the team, the strong safety. Here's 2nd and 10. East on their own 42. Play action fake to Powell. Goes right side. Catch is made by Amatosho and immediately hit and knocked down by Inoaire. In fact, Regas has moved to safety. Inoaire in at the left cornerback position. Howard at the right corner. As TJ Lee is not on the field to start the second half. It's another pitch and catch, though. Thompson completes it to Amatosho. 12 yards and another Panther first down. This one brought to you by Buford Roofing and Construction. So the Panthers trying to cut into a 27-6 halftime lead for the Wildcats. Slow play it. Thompson finally gives it. But Powell is brought down. Sanders and Payne bring him down for no gain.
And I think that Cameron made the point that Joey McCullough has to limit mistakes here. You can't beat yourselves against a team like the Wildcats. They had 3 picks in the first half. Let's clean things up, starting to get back to the run a little bit, and having some success here early in the second half.
2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Wingback is Carson Young. They're going to go for a pass, post pattern, and in and out of the hands. It was intended for Zadok Wilson, but Regas on great coverage, as usual, makes the stop, deflects it down, and it's going to be incomplete and bring up 3rd down and now 11 as they gave it a half-yard loss on first down for the Panthers.
A good team effort, too. As you said, Regas was there, TJ Lee, both guys coming in to help out. They saw it all the way, read the eyes of the quarterback, and got their hand in there on the football.
9:31 left to go in the third quarter. 27-6, Plano with the lead, but East driving. 3rd and 11 at the Wildcat 47. This one is tipped and intercepted through the hands of Amatosho. And getting the INT, the junior, Obali Inoaire, with his first interception of the season, the 4th thrown by Miles Thompson here tonight.
Yeah, Miles under pressure throws the football, and it's really not in a good place for Amatosho to catch the football. And you know, it's a tough play to make to begin with, but Amatosho, that ball just sails off of his fingertips and right into the hands of Obali Inoaire.
Wildcats 1st and 10, starting in Panther territory at the 48. Tecklenburg and Kirchner, tight ends on the right side. I formation, Waterbury under center. From the left hash. Second man through is Stevens, and he is going to be wrapped up by Austin Corbett. Great form tackle, as we've seen for 3 years from this Panther, who's a little slow to get up. But the linebacker, it's really tough to bring down Brandon Stevens anywhere, but right there, Corbett was ready for the challenge. Offensive line from left to right, Katie Smith, the junior left tackle, Austin Pugh, the senior left guard, Bo Hott, the senior center, headed to Oregon State, Ben White, the senior right guard, and the junior right tackle is Isaiah Williams. Sam Tecklenburg, a senior, Matt Kirchner, a senior as well, the 2 tight ends. Tomas Vanegas, the fullback, tossed by Stevens, and he goes over the head of Yoro, and he has to fall on top of it way back at the Wildcat 40. It's going to go for a loss of 13 on the play. Brandon Stevens, the junior running back, taking a lot of direct snaps, though, like he did there. Lopaka Yoro, the junior running back as well. When he's in there, Quinn Waterbury, the junior quarterback. And again, Tomas Venegas, the fullback. But a big loss on the play there. All the way back to the Plano 40. Sets up third down now and 22 for the Wildcats. Kirchner, flex tight end on the left side. I formation. Play clock goes down to 0, and this may be a delay of game penalty.
Delay on the offense. 5-yard penalty. Remains third down.
So 3rd and 22 now turns into 3rd and 27.
Yeah, this is playing right into the hands of the Panthers because much of the first half we saw the Wildcats getting big chunks of yards on 1st and 2nd down. Big busted runs by Brandon Stevens. That not the case right now. Panthers trying to take advantage here.
I formation, same setup. 2 tight ends and Kirchner. They roll the pocket to the left. Waterbury stops, turns, and throws, and it is over everybody's head. In fact, tipped by Mark Loveland, the Panther safety. Tried to make a play and pick it off. And Waterbury put too much on that one, was going for the home run ball, trying to pick up the first down on 3rd and 27. It's incomplete and be 4th down punting time for Plano.
Yeah, and here's the opportunity now. If you're Joey McCullough, get your offense rolling. It just seems that it starts to click and then they get bitten by the interception bug. So right now, take advantage, get a good return here, get yourself to midfield, see what happens.
Christians with the high punt end over end, takes a great Plano bounce inside the 40, inside the 35, inside the 30, and finally down to the 28-yard line. On 4th and 27, the punt travels 37 yards. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Panthers, trailing it 27-6 to the Wildcats. 7:09 left to go here in the 3rd quarter. That Panther defense is ferocious. We talked about it. Entering the ball game, top 25 in the area. Total yards allowed. Rushing yards allowed, 27th in the Metroplex, and passing yards allowed, and 32nd in points. So even though just one win on the year for Plano East, this defense is something to be feared. Trying to put something together on offense now with the Panthers. Handoff. Deontay Powell with the spin move. And he is brought down. Modest gain on the play. Good tackle by Cameron Jackson as Powell picks up 2 yards to the 30.
Yeah, that's a excellent job in pursuit by the Wildcat defense getting in there because Deontay Powell now with Trey Hunter on the sidelines, he's got to carry the weight. He's got to carry the load, find a way to get in between those tackles. Defense for the Plano Wildcats plugging up holes.
2nd down and 8 from the middle of the field. Thompson to the air, throws deep down the right side. What an over-the-shoulder catch! Amatosho comes down with it. It had to be perfectly thrown because Eno Ire had great coverage. But Amatosho hauls it in at the Plano 43. It's a gain of 27 yards and a 1st down brought to you by Buford Roofing and Construction.
That's why they love to throw to Adi Amatosho because he can make catches like that. He's so tall at 6'3". 9 times out of 10, there's a height advantage, and he's athletic as well to make the catch.
H-back on the right side is Carson Young. 1st and 10 at the Wildcat 43 for the Panthers. Thompson moves Powell over to his right hip. 1 receiver right, that's Amatosho. 2 wide to the left outside the numbers. Design QB run to the right. Great block by Powell. Runs through 1 tackle and still on his feet. Moving the pile is Thompson inside the 35 and down to the 33. 10-yard run for the quarterback with some power behind it. And now we have a player down for the Wildcats right at the 40-yard line. And it looks like it could be Monte Payne. He was having a fantastic ball game for the Wildcats of the defensive line. The senior picking up the slack and getting a lot of playing time. Now they're going to have a timeout on the field. We'll take it with him. 5:49 left to go 3rd quarter. Panthers are driving. They'll have it 1st and 10, or maybe 2nd and inches after the measurement. We'll let you know about that and how Monte Payne is doing when we come back to John Clark Stadium after these messages. You're listening to Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano ISD football here on KVCE.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
So Thompson on that run finishes about 6 inches shy. It's going to be 2nd down and inches at the Wildcat 34-yard line. Monte Payne walks off under his own power. We'll get an injury update from Cameron Brock here in a few minutes. 5:49 left to go, 3rd quarter. Plano 27, Plano East 6. The Panthers trying to drive and make it a 2-score game. 2nd down and inches, and this is under the previous 2 regimes, this is a great time we've seen them take a shot in these situations. Joey McCullough decides to run quarterback sweep. Pusateri wraps up. Thompson brings him down to the backfield. It's a loss of about 7 yards. Back to the 41-yard line. What a play by Colton Pusateri for the Wildcat defense.
Yeah, he came in there quickly and then over-pursued, but he still had the athleticism to just whip right back around and grab the quarterback at his feet. Miles Thompson's very quick. If you're going to tackle him, you're going to slow him, stop him in his tracks. You got to go after the ankles.
3rd down and 7 from the Wildcat 40. Thompson rolling out to his right, has a man downfield, throws it up. It's a jump ball. And it out of bounds. They said the interception was made, and Cameron Jackson held on, but he did not come down in bounds. The pass was intended for the tight end, and that's Austin Corbett, the linebacker extraordinaire, in on offense there.
And I think that's the right call by the officials. I really don't think Jackson had full possession of the football until he stepped out of bounds. So you see Miles Thompson going after his favorite target yet again. It's amazing to me how many plays Adib Amatosho has made tonight. That was a tough one.
Cameron Moore directly in front of Tim Wilson, wide left at the numbers. Amatosho wide right. They're going for it on 4th and 7. Thompson steps up in the pocket, throws the post pattern, and it is incomplete as it was a little behind the intended receiver, Tim Wilson. Great coverage on the play by Dejon Howard. And it'll be a turnover on downs for the Panthers with 4:48 left to go in the 3rd quarter. Plano leading it 27-6. We go down to the field and check in with Cameron.
I spoke with the Plano training staff. Monte Payne took a helmet to the knee. He's currently being iced. He should be back, is what the training staff said.
Fantastic news for the senior. Thank you for your update.
Yeah, glad to see that because, like you said, Thomas, he's having a whale of a ball game.
High formation. Venegas gets the fullback trap handoff, gets out across the 45 and down to the 47, maybe the 48-yard line. Nice gain of 7 on the quick hitter. Tomas Venegas with 4:30 remaining here in the 3rd quarter. Wildcats have it 2nd and 3.
And this plays right into now the Wildcats' hands as they force the turnover on downs. Up big. Chance to run that slow offense that they love to do, run the football, let the play clock run down, and really just put a stranglehold on this ball game.
Garrett Frederick runs in the play, now split out wide to the right. Tecklenburg and Kirshner on the left into the line. Stevens with a direct snap. Zone read with Yarrow, bounces around to the right side. 1st down and more into Panther territory. And then the ball pops loose. It's picked up. The Panthers have it. They forced it. Fumble and recovery. And Tecklenburg brings down the safety, Reuben Donald, after the ball is poked out of Stevens' hands. Unbelievable play by the Panther defense, but we do have a flag down. Let's hear from our official.
There's no foul on the play. Fumble recovered by Plano East. First down.
New life for the Panthers.
Yeah, and that is a tough play. Brandon Stevens got a great block from Lapaka Yoro. That set it up, but the problem was once he got past that point, 3 different Plano East defenders come in and they upend him. And he stood up for about 4 seconds, and that's what causes the fumble because he's got the football right there, popped it loose. Plano East makes a tremendous play on defense. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for Joey McCullough.
Big fumble recovery by Donald. Panthers have it at their own 46. Quick pass, left side, catch is made. Shakes off one tackle, not the second though. Nifty work with his hands. Tim Wilson hauling in the 9-yard pass to the Wildcat 45. But no more than that as Plano brings him down there. But there's a flag down again in the offensive backfield.
Chop block on the offense, number 50 and 68. That's a 15-yard penalty. First down.
So 2 men engaged on the same player. One went low, and that's illegal. So wipe out the 9-yard gain, tack on the penalty yardage, and things just went from bad to worse for the Panthers. Maybe with the weather as well. Let's check in with Cameron on the sideline.
Well, there is a severe thunderstorm warning until 10 p.m. for Collin County. The wind just picked up down here. You can see the flag flying on the far side of the stadium.
Yeah, it was dead, completely limp, almost like the calm before the storm. Now it's full gate. Quick pass right side for the Panthers, and Dejon Howard with a wonderful open field tackle as the pass is hauled in by Zadok Wilson. Nice gain on the play, though. Going to get 7. Set up second down and 18 now for the Panthers as the ball is at their own 38-yard line.
I said those quick passes have worked for Plano East tonight. It's been the deep ball that has been picked off.
Tim Wilson wide left. Zadok Wilson slot left. Flush out of the pocket. Pump fake. Now just throws it away. Again, that's a smart play by the quarterback. Brandon Wall tackles him down to the ground, but Thompson got rid of it. No grounding flag. Well outside the pocket. Ball crossed the line of scrimmage. So it'll be third down and 18 now for the Panthers.
Yeah, it could have taken a significant loss if he were to scamper out of bounds without throwing the football. So we've seen it, I would say, a handful of times tonight where Miles Thompson has made the right decision, and that decision's throwing the ball away.
Maybe Miles Thompson could teach the Texas quarterback a thing or two. Tyrone Sloop's not as good at that as the junior signal caller for the Panthers is. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right on 3rd and 18. Back to pass, flushed out of the pocket to the right. Flag comes flying in. Throws down, looking for the home run ball. Has a man, it's caught. The 15, the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Plano East. Austin Corbett got behind the defense and hauls it in as it goes for 62 yards. But the flag may bring it back.
Holding on the offense, 63. 10-yard penalty. Replay, third down.
Would have only been Corbett's second catch of the season and his first offensive touchdown. As the senior linebacker got behind the defense. What great touch, though, by Thompson. Unfortunately, on a play that's not going to count.
He finally got a chance to plant, set his feet, and then throw. The Wildcats have made it difficult on him. The rush has been heavy. He's been flushed out. He's had to throw on the run. That time he was on the run, but he stopped and planted and then fired that thing in a perfect strike right over the top and into the hands of the receiver. Doesn't get any better than that, but unfortunately called back.
Wind died down just for a second while the ball was in flight, too. Boy, everything working for the Panthers except for the holding call. Third down now and 28. Inside zone, give to Powell. Bounce it to the outside. Spin move at the 40 and is brought down at the 41-yard line. Gain of 13 on the play. It's going to set up 4th down and 15, and the punt unit coming on for the Panthers. Thought that Joey McCullough might think about going for it here with just 2:20 and counting left to go in the third quarter, trailing by 21.
I think that previous play says it all. You know, trying to get something underneath and play field position, see what you can get from your punter and maybe pin the Wildcats deep. A little more conservative right now for Joey McCullough.
Snap back. And Durham gets this one away. Great punt down inside the 20, inside the 10, inside the 5. Oh, and it goes into the end zone. It's going to be a touchback. 59-yard punt, 39 on the net. The Wildcats will take over 1st and 10 on their own 20 with 1:54 left to go in the third quarter. Plano driving now from right to left here in the third. That is into the wind. That has come out of nowhere, and I think Joey McCullough is thinking everything's stacked against him. He can't even get the wind to blow the right direction for him as it finally picks up, and this team rarely has a chance to take advantage of it. So 1st and 10, Wildcats on their own 20. 22 personnel. Kirchner split out wide to the right as a receiver. Toss back. Tate trying to turn the corner. Nowhere to go. Gang tackled. 8 different Panther defenders in on the stop. And leading the charge, Alante Williams, the defensive back, also in there on the stop.
Illegal shift on the offense, number 6. 5-yard penalty, first down.
Michael McNair was there as well, but the play is wiped out. 5-yard penalty makes it 1st and 15. Wildcats on their own 15-yard line.
And it's no secret what Plano is trying to do, and Plano East knows that. Wildcats going to keep things on the ground, try to chew some of this clock and right into the sunset, but Plano East playing hard right now, attacking the running back.
1st down and 15. Snap is back. Waterbury, quick hitch left side. Kirchner can't run out of the tackle. What a nice job by Jordan Williams to get a fistful of jersey to bring Kirchner down. It's a 4-yard gain, and it'll be 2nd and 11.
And folks in the stands seeing that Waterbury pass, it looked like maybe he underthrew the pass. No, I think Waterbury put that touch on there on purpose because he saw the defensive coverage, was step for step right there hugging Matt Kirchner.
Heck, Waterbury released the pass before Kirchner even broke back for it. Great timing route. 2 to the right, 1 to the left from the left hash. Yoro with the handoff, and he is hit and spun down. Landis Durham first there. Finishing him off, though, is Austin Corbett. No gain on the play. It'll be 3rd and 11 now. Actually, loss of 1. Well, hold the phone. They're now moving the ball around. They'll set it at the 20. It's a 1-yard gain for Yoro. And 3rd and 10 upcoming, 45 seconds and counting left to go in the third quarter. Plano with the ball in a 27-6 lead.
And we'll see what Coach McCullough draws up here with a play call. Not fit to their offense, 3rd down and 10. I think a quick pass play is in order.
Tecklenburg leading the way. Yarrow with the draw, busted up the middle. But Corbett is there, so is Reuben Donald. As the run goes for 6 for Yarrow, it'll be 4th and 4. And punt time for Plano when we resume play in the fourth quarter. Plano will switch ends. They'll have the wind. And actually, hold the phone. Maybe a timeout?
Timeout. Plano East.
What a smart timeout by Joey McCullough there, not giving Jordan Christensen, the Wildcat punter, the ability to use the wind to his advantage at the start of the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that is a smart move. And you know, Joey McCullough, I know that his team right now, 27-6. It's a tough score. You have 1 quarter to go, but you try to play it any way you can get it, and that is an intelligent move by the head coach to try to go with the win here.
A little more of a deficit than the 2011 ball game, but entering the fourth quarter, Plano was up 24-14. Trey Jones hauled in a 42-yard touchdown pass from Corey Wesley. Dante Taylor with a 6-yard touchdown run with just 47 seconds left as the Panthers came from behind to win it 28-24. Raheem Crawford had a big game as well. 20 rushes, 94 yards, and a touchdown for the Wildcats. Sam Morelli with a touchdown pass from Richard Legault. But Plano East with designs of another comeback. This one an even bigger one, trailing by 21 points. Quan Beasley and Jordan Williams both back to return the punt. Pass back to Jordan Christian. Gets it away, up into the wind. It's knocked down at the 50. Takes a little bit of an east roll into Plano territory at the 49-yard line. So after a punt of 23 yards, nothing on the return, that is where Plano East will take over when we start the fourth quarter. At the end of 3, Plano 27, Plano East 6. You're listening to Plano ISD Game of the Week, presented by Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances here on KBCE.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
We start the fourth quarter. Plano 27, Plano East 6. We switch ends. Panthers now will be driving from right to left on your radio dial here in the fourth. Into the stiff breeze. Zone read, keeper by Thompson as he pulls it out of the belly of Deontay Powell, and he will take it for no gain. Just got back to the line of scrimmage. Good hustle there. Tackled by Jason Lee, who lost his hat and will have to step out for a play. One of the new rules implemented in both the college and high school games to help make sure that these young men get the helmets securely fastened back on their heads to try to prevent those big blows that sometimes can lead to concussion symptoms. So 2nd and 10 for the Panthers. 2 receivers to the right. Tim Wilson all alone to the left. Slot right. Cameron Moore. Wide right. Adiamo Tosho. Snap back. Thompson looking left. Throws a deep ball. It's up in the air and knocked away. Great coverage by Enel Ire. Once again, already has an interception of Thompson in this ball game. And right there prevented the big play. And incompletion will set up 3rd and 10.
Yeah, Tim Wilson has been a target for Miles Thompson tonight. And I think you hit it right on the head there, Thomas. Great job in coverage, just staying in front of the receiver, making it so difficult for Thompson to place that football on the numbers and nearly intercept it.
But I like where Thompson put it. Either it was going to be batted down or it was going to be a reception. It was very little chance the defender could have gotten the catch and his feet down in bounds. So 3rd down and 10 from the Wildcat 49. Panthers trying to come back trailing by 21. Swing pass right side, tried to make a one-handed catch. Oh, thought it might have been a lateral, so did Colton Busateri. But the pass is not hauled in by Deontay Powell. It'll be incomplete. It'll be 4th and 10 for Plano East.
And the Wildcats, again, just giving it everything that they have. And it's been a challenge for the Panthers tonight. Miles Thompson has been hurried. He's been flushed out. And sometimes when you have that happen often, you get happy feet and you kind of maybe overthrow a little bit. And that's what happened on that last play, just out of the reach of the back.
Landis Durham on to punt it away, 4th and 10. And he does. Gets his foot into it. Line drive blast inside the 20, inside the 15. Picked up there. Dejon Howard with a return to the 25. Turns the corner at the 30 and then is run out of bounds. Good hustle on the play by the Plano East gunner who got down there. Patrick Hendricks, the senior, with the stop. It's a 34-yard punt. And a nice return of 19 yards. So Plano will take over 1st and 10 with 10:59 left to go in the fourth quarter on their own 32-yard line.
A simple case of taking what the blocks in front of you will give you, and Dejon Howard, nice spacing for him to weave his way through the special teams and get up to the 32-yard line.
Ryan McConnell wide left, the lone receiver in the formation. From the right hash, 2 tight ends. Tecklenburg and Kirchner on the right side. Venegas, the fullback, handoff. Stevens takes on a tackler and is brought down after a gain of only 3. Alante Williams, the cornerback, in on the stop. We check scores around the district. Allen now up by 20 over Hebert in the fourth quarter. 30-10 the score there. Still in the third, Louisville leading Flower Mound by 10, 31-21. Also in the third quarter, Plano West starting to pull away from the Marcus Marauders. 40-17 the score there. McKinney Boyd with the night off, and that will be who the Wildcats will face on Thursday. Stevens, straight forward. He's going to pick up 12 yards, gets across the 45 down to the 47. Before he's brought down by Corbett. Let's go down for a weather report. Cameron Brock on the sidelines.
There is approximately 10 minutes left in this severe thunderstorm warning, and it has yet to show up. The wind did pick up for a little while, but it died down a little bit down here.
Good news. Hopefully we can avoid it altogether. Thank you, Cameron. Freshen downs, 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. First down brought to you by Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances. McConnell wide right. Arango slot right. They're going right. There's Tecklenburg on the seam. He's wide open to the 35, to the 20. And down there at the 19-yard line. Big Tecklenburg rumbling down the middle of the defense. Hauls in his 7th pass of the season. This one for 34 yards. And it's 1st and 10 Plano at the East 19.
Linebackers got sucked in, and then there was a receiver that went deep for the Wildcats. And that just opened up a big pocket right in the middle of the field. The only man there, of course, was Big Tech, and he makes the catch.
Stevens taking the direct snap on 1st and 10, following his blocking. Cuts back to the left, to the 10, around the corner, into the end zone. Touchdown, Plano. Brandon Stevens gets in for the 3rd time tonight, this time from 19 yards out, as the Wildcats stamp another on the scoreboard.
Wildcat works to perfection as it direct snap right to Stevens, and he wastes no time. I mean, he has blockers set up, 2 of them on the left side, and he just splits right through them and gets to the end zone.
Well, the Wildcat offensive line is good, and they showed it right there. Snap is back. Arango's PAT up and true. He's now 4 of 5 tonight. The Wildcats increase their lead to 28. Plano 34, Plano East 6. 9:23 left to go, 4th quarter. You're listening to the Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano ISD football here on KVCE.
Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Brandon Stevens with his 3rd touchdown of the night, this time from 19 yards out. 4 plays, 68 yards of the touchdown drive. Took 1 minute, 36 seconds. 9:23 to go in the game. Plano 34, Plano East 6. Scoring drive brought to you by Flat Shell Service Center.
There's the kickoff. This is going to be all the way down to the 10-yard line. Bobbled, dropped, and then picked up by Amatosho. Sometimes that works out great for the return man. And there he goes to the 40, 45, 50, down the right sideline at the 40. Makes a juke and is forced out of bounds there. Late flag thrown. Dejon Howard finally corrals him out of bounds at the 36-yard line in Plano territory. What a return as it goes 56 yards, but we do have some laundry the officials need to sort out before the next play can be snapped.
Dead ball, unsportsmanlike on the receiving team, number 11. That's a 15-yard penalty, 1st down.
Great return by Amatosho, but the sophomore with the mental error at the end of the play cost his team 15.
Yeah, I think a little too much celebration after the run that he had coming all the way back.
Panthers still with great starting field position, though, at their own 49-yard line. 9:10 left to go. Wildcats with a 34-6 lead over the Panthers. If this holds, it would equal the margin in last year's contest, a Plano 42-14 win over the Panthers. Snap back. Handoff around the left side. Turns the corner. Deontay Powell spun down. Got 5 yards into Plano territory at the 46-yard line. Tackle on the play made by Cameron Jackson, of course, playing for the injured Cody Farhat. We wish Cody well. He's on the sidelines coaching the remainder of the season. Don't think he's going to be able to return this year. That's too bad, but Wildcat fans will just have to make it out to the diamond. See him play baseball in the spring. Seam pass, great break on it by Dejon Howard. He couldn't pick it off, as the pass was intended for Zadok Wilson. Incomplete, brings up 3rd and 5 at the Wildcat 46 for the Panthers.
Just right over the middle of the field. And I think there were Dejon Howard and another Wildcat defender trying to go up and tag team that interception. Couldn't come away with it.
Zadok Wilson, slot right, wide right. Laheen Imlani. The pass goes instead to the left side, and it's hauled in at the 37. Gain of 9 on the play. But the man who made the catch, Tim Wilson, very slow to get up. He has the lone Panther touchdown tonight, hauling in a 55-yard pass from Miles Thompson. And now the training staff is going to come out to attend to him. We hope the young man is okay, but Panthers have definitely shown signs of life here in this contest, but just couldn't string together enough plays to make a serious run at the Wildcats.
Yeah, it has been difficult, and the turnovers don't help, that's for sure, but we have seen flashes tonight, don't get me wrong, and the last one was a great example because Miles Thompson had to thread the needle. He had to get that right in the hands of his receiver, and, you know, I know he took a shot, but at the same time, he had 2 defenders converging on him. It was Ire and Pusateri both that sandwiched Tim Wilson.
Hope he's okay. He dealt with a shoulder issue at the start of the year. He's got outstanding hands, according to Joey McCullough. You saw it on that play right there as he hauled it in. Pass a little behind him, but it had to be from Thompson or else it would have been picked off.
Yeah, I mean, there's nowhere else you're going to put it because he's bracketed by 2 defenders, and he did take a shot. Hope the young man is okay because he's a key part. I talked about it before the contest. Amato Show gets so much attention. You got to have some of these other receivers step up and make plays. Tim had himself a quite a big touchdown here earlier in the contest.
Jason Sievert in for him, split out wide to the left. That's the short side of the field. Zadok Wilson, slot right, wide right, Amatosho. They're going to go with a little flare pass out to the right side. This one is caught by the wingback. That's Michael Johnson, the senior, as he takes it down inside the 15, inside the 10, in fact. And down to about the 9-yard line, I think. They're going to say he stepped out at the 13. But still, a nice play on the swing pass, goes 24 yards, and the Panthers knocking on the door looking for their second score of the night.
Yeah, Johnson just, once he catches that football, he turns it upfield. There was really some daylight in front of him and shuffled out of bounds.
Johnson wing back on the left side. Landis Durham in the backfield now. He's going to get the handoff, and boy, every Chicago maroon-clad jersey rallied to the future Aggie as he is knocked back. No gain on the play. Leading the charge defensively for Plano, Blake Morris, the 5'11", 200-pound junior linebacker. Also Houston Rogers, the 5'8", 146-pound senior. We do have a flag down on the play. We will hear from our referee momentarily, and after that we'll check in with Cameron on the sideline. Here's your referee.
After the play, personal foul. Headbutt. Number 67 on the defense at the distance. First down.
Down to the sideline to Cameron.
Well, the warning was almost over. It was set to end at 10 p.m., but it is now sprinkling.
Nothing too hard to dissuade the Panthers, though, as they're knocking on the door. First and goal from the 7. Durham still in the backfield. Snap back to Thompson. Handoff Landis Durham. He's looking to muscle his way in. 8 Wildcat defenders in on the stop, limiting him to a 2-yard gain. Conley McCabe in there on the stop, along with 6 of his friends, and it's second and goal from the 5.
Another example of a collective effort, and they have to. I mean, the Wildcats are pinned so deep, trying to make a stop, and you flip the coin, you look at the Panthers, and it doesn't get any more of a power run than Landis Durham, and they're getting the handoffs.
Durham replaced now by Deontay Powell. Second and goal from the 5. Wing back right side is Johnson. They're going to run to the right side, thrown up for grabs, and over the head of Zadok Wilson. Dejon Howard was there for the coverage, and Thompson just running for his life. I don't think it was even a designed roll. Just had to get rid of it. And a completion sets up third and goal.
Yeah, it's been that way all night, Thomas. It's been tough for the young man. The junior's hung in there, though. He's taken some shots. He's had to use his feet more times than I'm sure he's wanted to. But, again, it's an example of putting that ball where the defenders can't get it, and unfortunately it was out of bounds.
Third down and goal for the Panthers on the 5-yard line. Johnson wing back left side. Powell on the left hip of Thompson. Thompson to the air, left side, caught by Johnson. Great job wrapping up and bringing down the H-back by Cameron Jackson, the senior, bringing down Johnson. He's going to be 2 yards shy of the goal line. Fourth and goal from the 2. What do you think Joey McCullough is going to do?
I mean, no question here. Obviously, he's got to try to punch it into the end zone. But it's a question of what he can do. The power run kind of got stifled there by this Wildcat defense, but, I think another quick pass is in order for Joey.
Jason Sievert wide left. Slot right, Zadok Wilson. Wide right, Adiamatoso. Johnson wing back on the left side. Powell on the right hip of Thompson. Fourth and goal from the 2. Thompson is hit. He's going to be sacked. Blake Morris got to him. The junior picks up the sack, and it's a turnover on downs, forced by the Wildcat defense, who bowed up when they need to have it with their backs at the goal line.
Nothing you could do about that if you're Miles Thompson. I mean, he dropped back. He surveyed the end zone. Nobody is open. You have a Wildcat defender on every receiver that's in the end zone. He had to tuck it and run. And with that, everybody rushed in, and just no chance. So you just tip your cap. Credit to the Wildcat defense for showing up there and making a huge goal line stand.
You just joined us. You're listening to the Plano ISD Game of the Week on AM 1160 KVCE, Highland Park, Dallas-Fort Worth's Business Authority. Direct snap back to Tate. Tate right down the middle. Bowls over one tackler. And then finally brought down by Alante Williams. Byron Tate lowering the boom, goes 15 yards. And we've got a flag down about 9 yards downfield.
After the play, personal foul, number 46 on the defense, 15 yards, first down.
It's understandable. Landis Durham has played both offense and defense tonight, but the flag is against him. So a great 15-yard run, then the 15-yard penalty tacked on, and the Wildcats move it out of the shadow of their own goalpost. Now we'll have it 1st and 10 on their own 36.
Oh, man. I tell you, Byron Tate running so fast and so hard that I think he even ran on top of Quan Beasley there to get a couple of extra steps.
Receiver wide left is Jason Hutchinson, the senior. Said they're going to swing it around the right side. Here goes the junior Tate again, carrying Panther defenders. Finally brought down at the 46. It's a 10-yard gain on the play. And really credit Tomas Venegas for some great blocking leading the charge as Tate picks up another Wildcat first down, brought to you by They moved the ball back. It's now going to be 2nd and inches. So hold the phone on that sponsor, Reed.
Still got the blocking, like you said, in front of the back Tate from Venegas. And you know where the play's going to run to the right. You got to find somebody to pick up, and Venegas does that. Nice job.
2 tight ends. 2 receivers wide left from the right hash, 2nd and inches. Snap back. trying to get around the right side. Good stiff arm. Tate bowls over, but is tripped up by Quan Beasley. Brings him down at the 45-yard line. 9 yards gained on the play. But it will be enough for a first down. This time brought to you by Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances.
Yeah, it's some quick moves, and I know the Panther defense is tired, but Byron Tate really turning things on here late in the fourth quarter.
Lapaka Yoro now awaiting the direct snap from the center, Bo Hot. It's back. He goes to the right side following his blocking. Squirts through at the 40. 35, spun down at the 31-yard line. Brought down by Austin Corbett, but not before he picks up 14 yards and another Wildcat first down. This one brought to you by Buford Roofing and Construction.
Just so patient, waiting for the blocking to develop in front of him. Venegas once again leading the charge, and Lapaki Yoro gets a chance to run the Wildcat. Have not seen that very often this year, but good opportunity for the young man.
First and 10 from the East 31. Direct snap, Stevens following his blocks. Not touched until he's about 10 yards downfield, then brought down at the 17. Corbett was in on the stop, so was Reuben Donald, but again, it's another first down. 14 yards this time for Stevens. And that puts Stevens over 1,000 yards on the season.
Plano East.
Panthers take a timeout. We will as well. 3:29 left to go fourth quarter. Wildcats driving and leading 34-6. You're listening to the Plano ISD Game of the Week, brought to you by Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances here on AM 1160 KVCE, Highland Park, Dallas-Fort Worth Business Authority.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be three things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute. Online at gdyo.org/jazz.
Final 3:29 of the initial Brother Bowl here. Plano East, Joey McCullough taking on older brother Jay Don, the head coach of the Wildcats. Plano rolling tonight, 34-6. With the lead and the ball, they've got it first and 10 at the East 17-yard line from the right hash. Long pause, snap back, Tate following the counter on the right side. Spins down inside the 15 and down to the 12. So Tate with a 5-yard run there on the direct snap. And boy, now it's not just Stevens. Yoro taking a direct snap. Tate's taking a direct snap. I mean, 4 different guys have taken a snap from Bo Hot tonight.
I was going to say, what is the mainstay in that whole situation? It's the offensive line for the Wildcats. Doesn't matter who's back there. They are creating the space for these running backs to get through.
Second down. Actually, they're going to mark him down at the 11. 2nd and 4 at the East 11 for the Wildcats. Trying to add to a 28-point lead. Direct snap back to Tate. Taken on low by Reuben Donald, and the strong safety with a strong tackle. Finally brings down Tate after about a 6-yard gain. It's now 1st and goal, Plano at the 5. Actually, no, they're going to mark it back to the 6. So 5-yard gain. Still a first down, though, brought to you by the Flat Shell Service Center. Wildcats break the huddle. McConnell slot left, Kirchner wide left. Venegas actually fixes the helmet for Tate. He does everything tonight, does the blocking back. 1st and goal from the 6. Snap back, Tate starts, stops, restarts. Couldn't get anywhere. Hustling, hard-charging Panther defense. Austin Corbett was there. Credit also to Reuben Donald and Trayvon Ransom, all with the stop. It's going to be no gain on the play.
Yeah, again, everybody rotating over because they know who's getting the football. Byron Tate tries to fit in between the tackles. That's just not possible. Now you're starting to see Plano East really hustle here with under 2 minutes left. I like to see that.
Garrett Frederick wide left. Slot left is Matt Kirchner. Tate with Venegas in front of him. Snap is bobbled. He gets a hold of it. Surges forward. It's only going to get a couple of yards, though. And filling that hole quickly was Michael Alama. So the sophomore linebacker with the tackle after a gain of 2. It's 3rd and goal from the 4 as we tick down inside of 65 seconds remaining in this one.
It's tough. I mean, Tate had it and bobbled it, and that just bought enough time for Plano East's defense to really rally to the football.
.50 seconds and counting. Even if they don't score, they may not have to run another play. In fact, it's victory formation, I think, as Waterbury's back in there, and he will take a knee. Classy move there by Jadon McCullough. It's going to set up 4th and goal now from the 6. The Wildcats do not have to snap it again. And that'll do it for the inaugural Brother Bowl here at John Clark Stadium. Final score, Plano 34. Plano East 6. Wildcats improved to 5-2 on the year, 4-1 in District 6-6A play. Panthers fall to 1-5, 1-3 in district competition. Great ball game tonight. Tip your cap to the Panthers. They played so hard, but this Wildcat team looks like it may have a special run in them. As after the opening loss to John Tyler, it's been 5 wins in 6 ball games, with the exception being a 42-3 loss to the Allen Eagles, the 2-time defending state champs. Once again, your final score, Plano 34, Plano West 6. Coming up in the post-game show, we'll have interviews with both head coaches, hopefully. We'll have final game statistics with the Dr. Alex Sterling. We'll have your play and players of the game with Ryan Mueller, and a final check of the Flat Shell scoreboard. All of that and more we continue in a moment. You're listening to the Rodenboss Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano ISD football. Wildcats win it tonight over Plano East, 34-6. Back after these messages on KVCE.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
This program is produced and broadcast with the permission of and authorization from the Plano Independent School District. It is under the direction of and is copywritten by Sports Sounds Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, including any or all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Sports Sounds Radio, is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Sports Sounds Radio and SportsSoundsRadio.com. This is a Sports Sounds Radio presentation.
Rodenboss, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenboss offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenboss backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenboss, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635. Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be three things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute, online at gdyo.org/jazz.
Movie theaters, arcades, and amusement parks are awfully expensive. But where else can you find that safe and memorable fun for your kids? A Texas Legends game. There's a zip line, a bounce house, a mechanical bull, all thanks to Jumper Bee Entertainment. Bring the whole family for a night of fun without emptying your wallet. The Legends still have a few ticket packages left, including specials for your family. So check out TexLegends.com or Texas Legends on Facebook before they're gone. The Texas Legends, where fun happens and basketball too.
Want to play golf with a legend? Tuesday, October 14th at the Nancy Lieberman Foundation Celebrity Golf Classic at Prestonwood Country Club in Plano. Join me and legendary golfer Annika Sorenstam. We're going to raise money for kids in the Metroplex. To play or sponsor, call 972-473-2121 or go to nancyliebermanfoundation.org.
And welcome back here to John Clark Stadium. Final score once again, Plano 34, Plano E6. Thomas Lee here in the booth. Let's go down to the field. The victorious head coach of the Plano Wildcats, Jadon McCullough, is with our own Cameron Brock.
Coach, first off, thank you for your patience. Second off, congratulations on your victory tonight. We're going to try to make this brief to get out of the storm pending. But your team played really well on all facets of the game. Do you want to talk about the team as a whole tonight?
We've got room for improvement. I'll put it that way. Our kicking game was kind of squeaky. I felt like, we made some big mistakes in the third quarter offensively. We fumbled the ball. We jumped off sides. Had an illegal formation shift. And we kept the defense on the field way, way too much. And they did an outstanding job. They kept them out. And we finally got it going there in the fourth quarter. I was proud of that. It's going to be very, very important that we get treatment tomorrow morning and watch film, have a short practice, start working on McKinney Boyd because we play them on a short week on Thursday. Plus, they were off last week. But, this was bittersweet for me. I'll be honest with you. Probably my most favorite person in the world is my brother, besides my wife. But, I love winning, but I love my brother too. So make no doubt about it. He's the guy for the job over there. And if they give him a chance, he'll get them going. I promise you.
You mentioned the short week and the bye week that McKinney Boyd is on. How do you prepare for something like that?
You practice on Saturday and you do all you can in those days up to that time. I think, too, we're going to have to, be smart about our workouts. I think we've got to let our kids get their legs back under them. And we've had two very emotional games. So, I plan on letting up on them a little bit. And don't get me wrong, not mentally. I mean, we're going to prepare. But I think we got to be smart about this because it's a huge game next Thursday. And, we went down there last year and we should have had the game won, and we lost it in the last seconds of the game. So, I don't think motivating our kids is going to be a problem. We are going to have some kids step up. We've had some injuries, so That's just part of football, you know. It's like I told the kids, there's two things about football. You got to play the game full speed, and there's going to be times people get injured. People got to step up. That's the nature of the game.
Coach, congratulations on your victory. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Cameron. We'll step aside for a break. Continue on with the post-game show. Once again, your final score, Plano with a 34-6 win tonight over Plano East. You're listening to the Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano ISD football on KVCE. Back after these messages.
Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Shell experts here with a pitching machine and a shield to demonstrate the importance of protecting your engine.
Think of me as an engine. The Shield is new Shell gasoline with 20% more nitrogen and rich cleaning agents than before.
And the baseballs are gunk that attack intake valves and fuel injectors.
Come on, gunk, is that all you got?
Gunk is out of here.
New Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
And welcome back here to John Clark Stadium. Thomas Lee here with you high atop the press box here. 34-6, Plano with the win over Plano East. Wildcats now 5-2 on the season, 4-1 in district play. And it's been a great night, folks. A lot of fun as the Wildcats now take a 2-game lead in the all-time series here between Plano and Plano East, dating back to 1982. Of course, the first game depends on what side of town you're on as to what the controversy is about it. 14-13 was the final. But Panthers say that the 2-point try was good and they won the ball game. Wildcats point to the record books and say, no, it wasn't. Officials ruled the side of Plano, and 14-13 the final in 82. 1985, the first win for the Panthers, led by Joey McCullough. 21-7 win for Plano East over the Wildcats. And then, of course, you've got the great ball game in 2007, a 2-touchdown win by Carson Meager, Rex Burkhead, Chris Lott and company, en route to a state semifinal double overtime loss to the Trinity Trojans. And then in 2008, Burkhead went nuts. Boy, he had himself a ball game. 51-20, a 31-point win for Plano in that contest. Tonight, the margin of victory, 26, ranking it fourth for the fourth largest margin of victory for the Wildcats. Partner, since you and I started calling these games in 2008. So again, the Wildcats taking their fifth win in the last 7 ball games against the rival Panthers. And looks like Plano may own this decade after Plano East won 7 out of the 10 ball games in the aughts. 2010 started with a Plano win, and they have now won 4 of the 5 ball games played here in this decade. Time now to wrap up your final game statistics. We bring in the Dr. Alex Sterling for his final look at the numbers.
Thank you, Thomas, for team stats here. First for Plano East, 14 first downs in the game, 87 yards rushing, 199 through the air for 286 yards of offense. The key stat here, 4 interceptions and a fumble, 5 turnovers in the game for the Panthers. 7 penalties for 70 yards, 22 minutes, 47 seconds time of possession. For Plano, 16 first downs in the game, 253 yards rushing, 121 in the air, 374 yards of offense. They had 1 fumble for their 1 turnover, 5 penalties, 31 yards, none of which, like we said, were false starts. A high-quality stat that if you caught the game last week, you would understand the pain and misery that was for, I'm sure, everyone. 25 minutes, 13 seconds time of possession for the Wildcats. Going individuals. For Plano East, quarterback Miles Thompson, 14 of 32 passing, 190 yards and a touchdown with 4 picks. Had 44 yards rushing on 10 carries. Adi Amatosho, the leading receiver, 4 catches, 65 yards. Tim Wilson right behind him, 2 catches, 64 yards and a touchdown. Deontay Powell came in backup, filling in for the injured Trey Hunter. 8 carries, 39 yards to pace the running backs for East. For Plano, quarterback Quinn Waterbury, 5 of 9 passing, 121 yards and a touchdown. Sam Tecklenburg, the leading receiver, 2 catches, 85 yards and a touchdown. Brandon Stevens continues to be the beast for Plano. 16 carries, 167 yards, 3 touchdowns. Backfield mate Byron Tate, 11 carries, 62 yards and a touchdown as well. So overall, we talked about the offensive line, defensive line, dominated the line of scrimmage. And Plano did a very good job, especially after the early first quarter, because Landis Durham was causing havoc there in the first quarter. And Plano made adjustments, started running away from him, and started getting more chunks of yards with all 3 backs, with Stevens, Tate, and Yoro, which bodes well for the short rest like my coach was talking about heading into the McKinney Boyd here on Thursday.
Thank you, Doctor. Excellent job as always. And again, it's a 6-day week for the Wildcats before they take on McKinney Boyd at Ron Post Stadium Thursday night, pregame 6:30, 7 o'clock kickoff right here on KVCE. And then after that, 15 days off. The bye week comes, and then a home game. No, I checked that. It's actually another Thursday night game. So 2 weeks off to the day as Marcus will come here to John Clark Stadium in a showdown of 2 teams fighting for a playoff positioning, I think, at that point, as long as Marcus can hang on and get some wins themselves before the Wildcats will close out the season on the road Friday, November 7th at Louisville. So, again, back-to-back Thursday games sandwiched around the bye week coming up for Plano. For Plano East, their bye week is already behind them. And coming up, they will take on the same Marauders at home next Friday night. The following Friday night, they'll be at Louisville. Following that on Halloween, hosting Hebron before closing at Allen. Well, the schedule says at Allen. It's going to be a home game for Plano East, and next year it'll be a return trip up to the hopefully then reconstructed and finished out Allen Eagle Stadium with the construction issues that they had up there. So a lot of great football games left ahead for both these 2 teams, and for the Wildcats, a lot riding on what happens the next couple of weeks. But something special about a 4-1 district mark. We talk about a 9-team district. 5 wins get you into the postseason, and they're on the precipice of earning that with 3 ball games left to go. If anybody can knock off the Allen Eagles, perhaps maybe they can even share part of the district championship. That would be a state record 36th district title for the Wildcats. Weather is affecting ball games all over town. So as we take a look at the Flat Shell scoreboard for the final time tonight, be wary. This one got in the books. There are a lot of ball games in weather delays around North Texas right now. Let's take a look at the scoreboard, shall we? Starting off in district competition, boy, what a good back-and-forth affair we had at Marauder Stadium. 7-point game at the break, 24-17. And then the third quarter was owned by the Wolfpack. Parker Davidson starts off with a 45-yard field goal. Soso Jamabo lights it up with a 67-yard jaunt. And then the ensuing kickoff was fumbled, recovered in the end zone by Keyshawn Butler, and after a blink of an eye, that's 2 touchdowns, thrown up 13 points all told for the Wolfpack in a span of 10 seconds. Great job by the Marauders to bounce back a touchdown drive. Jake Nelson hauls in a 9-yard pass from Andrew Parrish to slice into the Plano West lead. But back come the Wolfpack. Soso Jamabo does it again, this time from 59 yards out. For those of you scoring at home, if you have Soso on your fantasy team, you've had a good night. 45-yard touchdown run in the second, 69 yards a minute and a half before halftime, 67 yards in the third quarter, and now 59-yarder touchdown run in the fourth. But the Marcus Marauders would answer right back, driving right down the field in less than a minute. John Hutchinson caps it off with a 4-yard touchdown run. But weather has halted action at Marauder Stadium. 47-32, the lead right now with 6:22 left in the fourth quarter. Plano West on top. Marauders just scored. The 2-point conversion was good. So it's a 15-point game again, 6:22 left in the fourth quarter. Soso Jamabo, with still time left on the clock, 21 carries, 311 yards, 4 touchdowns for the sensational Soso Jamabo. Meanwhile, Nate Hopkins, 115 yards rushing. On the ground for the Marauders, Parrish, 152 yards passing, 13 of 24 through the air, including a touchdown pass to Jake Nelson. John Hutchinson with a touchdown run, CJ Respas with 2. The Marauders hanging in there as best they can, but again, weather delay at Marauder Stadium as Marcus is hosting Plano West tonight. And there's no end in sight for that lightning delay. Last report from Marauder Stadium. Another weather delay going on. No surprise, this one in Denton County as well. Louisville hosting Flower Mound. Right now, the Farmers have it first down and 10 at the Jaguar 30. 4:32 left in the fourth quarter. Farmers on top, 45-35. And again, weather has halted action at Max Goldsmith Stadium. 387 yards of offense for Louisville, 326 for Flower Mound. Both teams with 2 turnovers. Adrian Villarreal, though, the story in this one. 16 of 23 through the air, 152 yards, 3 touchdowns passing, 1 interception. Also a touchdown on the ground and 122 yards rushing. Logan Davis trying to equal the effort of Villarreal, 14 of 26 passing, 194 yards, 2 touchdowns and INT. He's added a touchdown on the ground as well. Jordan Moore has scored twice with his feet. And the battle of Main Street is halted by weather as well. 45-35, Louisville leading Flower Mound. Again, 4:32 left in the fourth quarter. It's gone final at the Woodshed. Allen trailing at 1.7-0. Gets a 44-10 win over the Hebron Hawks. Kyler Murray, 11 of 16, 170 yards and 2 touchdowns in the air. 70 yards on the ground as well, held kind of in check. As Allen puts up 470 yards of offense in a turnover-free ball game. Hebron held to under 200 yards of total offense, 196 yards, 155 on the ground. But David Feliciano helps out Kyler Murray with 10 rushes for 128 yards and 2 touchdowns. Trent Clark and Jared Harvey also with rushing touchdowns for the Eagles. Angelo Garbutt, 15 rushes, 36 yards. He's banged up, but still a warrior competing every single week. Had a touchdown on the ground, the lone touchdown of the game for the Hebron Hawks as they fall 44-10 to Allen. Other scores from around the Metroplex. It's a final at Cravens Field. Lamar with a 76-10 win over Fort Worth Pascal. Weather has halted the ball game in North Crowley with Bowie leading North Crowley 35-21. That's in the fourth quarter. Those scores in 4-6A. District 5-6A. Geyer all over Fossil Ridge, posting a 40-point win tonight as, again, the Wildcats over the Panthers, this time 43-3. Denton Geyer on top of Fossil Ridge. Also a final. And a great ball game at Keller ISD. Keller Central with a 4-point win over Justin Northwest. Chargers 28, Texas 24. 7-6A finals to pass along to you. Colleyville Heritage with a 33-7 win over Haltom. That at home at Mustang Panther. And South Lake Carroll gets a shutout over Richland, 38-0. Maybe the hype of the Rebels was a little early to be believed as the Dragons take care of them, setting up a Titanic showdown next Friday on Champion Sports Radio. South Lake Carroll hosting the Trinity Trojans. Both teams come in undefeated on the year. 8-6A action. Cedar Hill leading Duncanville in the fourth quarter, 45-24. The score in that one. Big night for the Longhorns as they take to the road. Trying to keep the train trucking along for Joey McGuire, trying to defend that Class 5A Division II title that they won last year. And that ball game still going on. No weather delay. It's still in action. A ball game you can listen to on Sports Sounds Radio. South Dallas game of the week. Cedar Hill leading Duncanville 45-24. DeSoto dispatched the Tigers of Mansfield 49-21. South Grand Prairie knocks off Grand Prairie in the Gopher Warrior Bowl. 24-0 the final in this one. Warriors with the win. 9-6A Jesuit 56-29 winners over Irving tonight. MacArthur shuts out R.L. Turner 48-0. 10-6A Mesquite Horn up by 8 points right now in the fourth quarter over Highland Park. The Scots' long district winning streak on the line. And Lake Highlands and Richardson tied at 38. Eagles with the ball in the red zone late in the fourth quarter. J.J. Pierce leading fourth quarter over Mesquite by 10, 51-41. To Class 5A we go. Denton 50-14 win tonight over Fort Worth Brewer as the Bears fall to the Broncos. Lake Dallas with a 21-point win over Birdville tonight. Sorry, Doc. 47-26 the final in that one. In 6-5A. 9-5A, Frisco Liberty wounds Little Elm 26-15 the final in that one. The Red Hawks get the win. Centennial with a 35-30 win over Lone Star at Toyota Stadium. 10-5A scores. McKinney North edges out Lovejoy 59-52. Final in Sherman. Bearcats knock off McKinney High 21-14. Wiley East. Raiders romp past Prosper 42-7 at Wiley ISD Stadium. 11-5A Creekview shuts out North Dallas 49-0. 12-5A action. Poteet with a 10-point lead over Forney 41-31. That's still going on in the fourth quarter. Rockwall Heath shutting out North Forney tonight. It's a final as the Hawks win it 52-0. And West Mesquite all over Terrell 35-7 at Mesquite Memorial. 13-5A South Oak Cliff with the win over Samuel, shutting out 59-0 Sock with the win at Kincaid tonight. To 14-5A we go. Lancaster 62-7 lead over Red Oak in the fourth quarter. Pair of finals in that district. Timberview with a 56-14 win against Lake Ridge, and Mansfield Summit 52-27 winners over the Hatchie Indians. 15-5A Sulphur Springs 50-33 over Greenville. In 16-5A, Innis leading by 15 over White House 29-14, and that'll be a look at your scoreboard tonight. The Flat Shell Service Center scoreboard. Once again, your final score here 34-6 as the weather is blowing in with a vengeance here at John Clark Stadium. It's raining sideways, folks. Good thing the ball game is over. Once again, your final 34-6. Lightning lighting up the sky as well. We've got more of the post-game show right after these messages You're listening to the Rodenboss Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano ISD football. Wildcats with a win tonight over Plano East, 34-6. Back after these messages on KBCE.
Rodenboss, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenboss offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenboss backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenboss, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635. Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Many heart conditions can be fixed, but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2nd, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the #1 cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4zachary.org, and let your heart be heard.
Hey, this is your DFW Sports Angel, Robin Ballatudo. Hey, Vinos.
Yeah.
We are shuffling our Sports Blitz Saturday lineup. Inside the game, talking all things sports, 11 a.m., followed by Golf Grape and Grub, hosted by Tom Keys and Pamela Wood, and then Texas Links on the air with Pat Wheeler.
Sounds great.
AM 1160, your home for Notre Dame football, the Plano ISD Game of the Week, and Texas Legends basketball. Visit kvceradio.com/sports.
Want to play golf with a legend? Tuesday, October 14th at the Nancy Lieberman Foundation Celebrity Golf Classic at Prestonwood Country Club in Plano. Join me and legendary golfer Annika Sorenstam. We're going to raise money for kids in the Metroplex. To play or sponsor, call 972-473-2121 or go to nancyliebermanfoundation.org.
This program is produced and broadcast with the permission of and authorization from the Plano Independent School District. It is under the direction of and is copywritten by Sports Sounds Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, including any or all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Sports Sounds Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Sports Sounds Radio and SportsSoundsRadio.com. This is a Sports Sounds Radio presentation.
Hope you folks are made it home right now because the skies have fallen here in Plano. Wind blistering out of the northwest. Heavy storm is upon us here at John Clark Stadium, and Wildcats able to weather an early storm from the Panthers and get the victory tonight, 34-6, as Plano knocks off Plano East. Thomas Lee here with you. Time to bring in your color analyst, Ryan Mueller, now as we look back through this one, and a great win for Jadon McCullough's club as he was able to get the guys focused, even with the unbelievable emotion tied to this ball game here tonight. The first annual, first of what I'm sure will be many of the Brother Bowl.
Yeah, and it was nice to hear Jadon McCullough talk about his brother. Said it was his favorite person next to his wife, that's for sure. But
I'm sure his wife was happy to hear that.
But I watched the two embrace each other after the game was over and the two teams shook hands, and it was nice to see the two give each other a big hug, and a lot of love between those two, and it's nice to see they can go toe to toe here on the football field, both as head coaches. So that's and I love Jadon's comment of Joey is the right man for the job over there to get that program up and running, and I think that's fantastic. So yeah, I look at this game tonight, and there are lots of plays that you could point to. You had so many interceptions from the Wildcat defense. They really stepped up, played well tonight. 4 interceptions in the ball game is incredible. I know Plano East offense isn't quite up to speed, but at the same time, I think he had some big shoes to fill with Cody Farhat not in the defensive lineup for Plano tonight. So we turn our attention to the second half, and I think it was the 13th offensive series. A lot of series tonight in the ball game. Plano got the ball on their own 32-yard line. 4 plays, 3 first downs, 68 yards. Brandon Stevens had scored twice tonight. This time he'll do it from 19 yards out.
Stevens taking the direct snap on 1st and 10, following his blocking, cuts back to the left, to the 10, around the corner, into the end zone, touchdown Plano. Brandon Stevens gets in for the 3rd time tonight, this time from 19 yards out, as the Wildcats stamp another on the scoreboard.
And you hear me say it each and every week, Thomas, that Brandon Stevens is the tone setter for this team. He had a couple touchdowns in the first half, and, of course, stamped an exclamation point on the win with that touchdown there to make it 34-6.
That was a big run right there, and a big ball game overall for the Wildcats as we go back and look at handing out some game balls here. Let's start off with the Wildcat offense, which tonight really it kind of been a club that had been much maligned as averaging just 22.7 points per game. Total offense right about 300 yards, 307.5 yards per contest. The only ranking they have in the top 40 in the Metroplex is their rushing attack. 232.7 yards is good for 24th in North Texas. But after a tough game against Plano West and obviously Allen putting the clamps on him as well, they just hadn't gotten and churned up a whole bunch of yards. But tonight it seemed like just about everything they were trying to do. I know Coach McCullough would probably disagree with me on this, but it seemed like just about everything they tried to do was working out for him.
Yeah, I agree, and that's something that came to my mind tonight. Throw the John Tyler game out. That's the first game of the season. You're trying to get into it. I think ever since that week, and Allen aside, because they're Allen, this offensive line for Plano has played fantastic. They have so many leaders. I mean, K.D. Smith is a junior, but he plays like a senior. You got Isaiah Williams as the other right tackle who has played well. That aside, all you have on that line are seniors, and it's just they are doing their job, getting great pushes, and Brandon Stevens gets the space he needs to really set that tone that I talked about.
He was really good. I mean, he really was special, but one of the things that I think I like the most about this offense is whether it's Stevens taking the direct snap, Lopaka Yoro taking the direct snap, we saw Byron Tate, the junior, coming in. By the way, all 3 of those running backs are juniors. How loaded is this team going to be even next year with all this talent coming back? But I think the thing that makes this team special and what has made Plano Wildcat team special for the last 50 years is the offensive line play. It all starts up front. And the way that K.D. Smith, Austin Pugh, Bo Hott, Ben White, and Isaiah Williams, and throw in Sam Tecklenburg, Conley McCabe, and Matt Kirchner as well, all in play time as tight ends in this offense. The way they execute at the point of attack. Yeah, we got onto them last week. There were a few too many false start penalties called and so forth. But the one thing you really don't see a lot when this team is out on the field are holding penalties that are true drive killers. Instead, the Wildcats are able to stay on schedule and really make things happen for themselves in the offensive game because of what they have up front. Haven't done this so far this year, but my game ball goes to the Big Uglies up front because they are doing work, and that is definitely going to be needed as we look ahead to Thursday night's matchup. Before we talk about that, let's take a look over at the defensive side of the ball, and again, plays made all over the place by this defense. Who are you giving your game ball to?
I look at the defensive backs, Thomas, and I know Dejan Howard had a nice game. I'm going to look to the other side. Aaron Regas going toe-to-toe with one of the toughest receivers. I know he's only a sophomore, but Adi Amatosho is a beast, and Regas had that assignment. I thought he did well, and also an honorable mention to Cameron Jackson, who had to fill in for Cody Farhat.
Yeah, did an admirable job in that area as well, and I'm going to give mine to T.J. Lee. He's the leading tackler on this team, and especially with Cody Farhat going out, and Farhat is the man who helped make sure everybody was lined up correctly pre-snap. That falls now on some of the other guys, and T.J. Lee really had to pick up the slack, and he did so in a big way tonight as he got his nose in so many different tackles trying to stretch out those Plano East run plays. I give an honorable mention, though, to Corey Sanders, who had to fill in for the injured Nima Bibahani, and this defense did not skip a beat. That shows you the depth that they have, particularly in the back seven. With Bibahani out, with Farhat out, they still were able to do what they want to do, snap in, snap out, and get a big win for the Wildcats as they win for the just another big-time ball game against their rivals from the east side of town. So you look ahead to Thursday night, again, special 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock kickoff as Plano goes on the road for the first time, honestly, since August. When we were out in Tyler, we've been here in the friendly confines of John Clark Stadium ever since. Back to the road we go, and the Boyd Broncos will be hosting the party at Ron Post Stadium. And we know that Dedrick Scrivens will be ready in this one. Right now, Boyd, with the week off, they had a chance to come tonight. They had a chance to prepare. They're going to be healthy. They're going to be rested, and they're going to be hungry after falling and slipping back in the district standings with a 2-2 mark in district play. A win over Plano is greatly going to help them get into the playoffs, but a Wildcat win may very well punch their ticket to the postseason.
Well, I think you look at the run defense, and the resume speaks for itself for the Wildcats now. Again, I throw Allen out because Allen is incredible, off the charts. Kyler Murray is having a heck of a year. He's a great athlete. But for this team to come in and hold Soso Jamabo to under 60 yards on the ground, that is incredible. And I think that a lot of that comes with the first-team defense having to defend Brandon Stevens in practice from week to week. So you're going to go up against Scrivens next week, a guy who can run well. I think this Wildcat defense is battle-tested, and they're ready for that challenge.
It's going to be fun to see. We saw, again, that they have the ability. Can they slow down Scrivens, though? And now you got to love what's going on with this offense, whether it's Stevens leading the way, Yoro, Tate, Kirchner making a big play tonight, several as usual. Sam Tecklenburg, leading receiver tonight. Finally see him break out in the pass game, which again is just going to make opposing defensive coordinators claw their eyes out, because now instead of loading everybody up against the block, when you try to get off the block of Tecklenburg, he may slip by you for a big gain like the 51-yard touchdown he caught in this ball game tonight. But they just get better every single week, and that has been a characteristic of the Jadon McCullough coach team. They peak at the end of the regular season going into the playoffs. Even though Plano fans, they're quick to point out, hey, Wildcats have lost their last 4 playoff ball games dating back to 2009, but they've come against tremendous teams. Trinity in 2009, by the way, what did they do that year? They had a pretty good year, didn't they? Yeah, they went all the way for a state championship. Coppell in 2010, they took Trinity to the wire that year, and the Trojans win on a final play of scrimmage on a toss sweep to the left side, and Tevin Williams scored. Trinity advances all the way to the state championship game and gets beat by Pearland Dawson. Skyline in 12 and 13, a loaded team who ran roughshod through most of the Division II bracket. The Region 2 bracket in the Division I Class 5A state tournament. So as you look at all of those things, they have played extremely well, better than most pundits expected that they would. But this year, it's going to be a little bit different. They're not going to have to go up against the likes of Skyline or the likes of Coppell or the likes of Trinity. All those teams are going to be in the Division I bracket. As long as Plano West makes the playoffs, and they look like they're going to, well on a way to a win tonight to improve to 3-1 in district play. But if they can get in, that pushes Plano down to D2. Now the Carroll Dragons will probably be standing in the way somewhere down the road, but the important thing is they're going to have some winnable ball games before they get to that point. And if there's anybody who knows how tough the Dragons are and how to try to slow them down a little bit, it is Plano. Both teams rich in tradition.
They are. And I think you make a great point that the offense, what we thought when Brooks Panhands went down earlier in the season, the very first game, it was a question of how is this going to respond? How are the guys going to come together as an offensive unit? And I think they're a little more two-dimensional than they would have been. Still have heavy emphasis on the run because of the offensive line and Brandon Stevens' capability. But Quinn Waterbury has come in. He's done a nice job leading the offense. Anytime he has to throw, it makes the defense think twice. And so it's good to see that this is a more balanced attack combined with that great defense.
I don't know what coach is going to do. It's going to be a wonderful luxury when Brooks Panhands does come back from injury, and they are crossing their fingers and hoping the bye week, which is 2 weeks from this week. There won't be a game that week. Next week at McKinney-Boyd on a Thursday night. Then 2 weeks after that, Thursday, October 30th, the Marcus Marauders will come calling here against the Wildcats, and Brooks Panhands may be back. I don't know what Coach McCullough is going to do. Quinn Waterbury has been great, particularly in the pass game. And I think he's found something pretty special with this direct snap game that they're running to Stevens, Yoro, and Tate to be able to wear down the opposition and to have a three-headed monster at running back. Really something special. And who knows? Maybe it is time for another long playoff run a la 2007 or 2005 when the team advanced to the quarterfinals in 2005 before falling to Carroll at Texas Stadium, or the double overtime loss partner that you and I worked back in 2007 against the Trinity Trojans before Trinity went on to win their second state championship.
Samir Baker, Dontravius Robinson, and Denarius McGee.
Yes, sir.
There it is.
That's very good.
The entire backfield there.
Of course, in 2008, the 42-35 loss to Trinity in the second round. That one is when McGee pulled out the fake pass, the play-action pass, and went deep with about 30 seconds left to hit about a 45-ish yard touchdown pass. Again, final 30 seconds to break a 35-35 tie when you and I both thought we were headed to overtime. So the Trojans have done their share of breaking the hearts of the Wildcats, particularly in the late aughts. But, again, Trinity's going to go D1. The Trojans will not be standing in the Wildcats' way at all. Of course, we will have some matchups with Trinity and Coppell and Allen and possibly DeSoto, unless both South Grand Prairie and Duncanville make it into the playoffs. I mean, just the playoffs are going to be a wild ride as Region 1 is chocked full. I believe the latest state rankings had the top 6 teams all in the Class 6A Region 1 area for the playoffs. It's going to be a bloodbath, and it looks like the Wildcats are going to be there.
Well, the most important thing is that they have to continue to get better every single week in order to make that long playoff run that you're talking about. So these next couple weeks, very important for J. Don McCullough's bunch.
Hey, for Plano East, though, this team really plays at a different level than they had in the past. I didn't even mention it throughout the broadcast, but there are only 3 seniors starting on offense for Plano East. Now, there are 7 starting on defense, and replacing Durham and Corbett is going to be extremely difficult. But with young up-and-comers like Diepenbrock and Hines, both sophomores and both key players. We saw Michael Alleman make some great plays tonight. Also the sophomore linebacker Ralph French. I mean, those are 4 sophomores that are going to be the anchor, the middle part of this defense for years to come. Reuben Donald, a fantastic game, including a fumble recovery, a lot of tackles made. Jordan Williams, also a junior. So a lot of talent coming back in the defensive ball, but this offensive side, though, is what I think is going to be really special when they can get healthy. The offensive line continues to gel, and got to give a tip of the cap to Dane Cordell, the junior center who was a wrestler and nothing more not that long ago. He has come in and anchors the interior of this offensive line, and they're doing a heck of a job. I mean, we saw Plano West struggle against the Wildcat defensive line last week. So I think Joey McCullough is a tremendous hire for Plano East, and I think some really bright things are ahead for the Panthers in the future. Final thoughts, partner?
No, I think these next couple of weeks are going to be very interesting, how it shakes out. But I do think that Plano is primed to take that number 2 spot in the standings. So lot to be seen. Whoever comes out of this district, though, you know that they're going to be well prepared because of the fierce competition that they go through week in, week out.
They're going to have to earn it. That is for sure. Doc, final thoughts from you?
For Plano, just continue to keep doing what you're doing. Let's see, you got the big test with Scrivens. You had Jamabo the week before, so you're not going to see another explosive tailback. But Plano's the only team that has stopped Jamabo this year, as we saw with the Marcus game where he went off for over 300 yards. So there's something about this defense. Even though they're undersized, they're an attacking defense. You can do the same thing. Like I'm with Ryan here that we've talked about them improving every week, and they're starting to carry things. That Panhands injury ended up being a blessing in disguise, given the Wildcat. Gave offensive coordinator Joey Stone more things to work on. Now that Tate is back, he had a boot on at one point there for a few weeks. Now, like you said, we have 3 different tailbacks that all have different styles. Stevens can have speed and power. Tate's more the power back with Yoro as another speedster. You have options on offense that more than other teams got to worry about more weapons for Plano.
Absolutely. Thanks, Doc, for your work tonight. Plano ISD football on KVCE AM 1160 and SportsSoundsRadio.com is broadcast by the following. Rodenbos Flooring American Appliances on Main Street in downtown Allen, serving the folks of Collin County for more than 50 years. By Buford Roofing and Construction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected, and customer satisfaction is guaranteed. By the Flat Shell Auto Service and Repair Center on Preston Road and I-635. Plano ISD football is a presentation of KVCE AM 1160, Sports Sounds Radio, and your Champion Sports Radio broadcast crew. For all of us, including Cameron Brock down on the sidelines, for the doctor, Alex Sterling, for my color analyst, Ryan Mueller, my name is Thomas Lee. Thanks to everybody who helps make these broadcasts possible, including Robin Vallatudo and Matt Broom over at KVCE, Norm Ward, the executive producer of these broadcasts from Sports Sounds Radio. Special thanks to Gerald Brentz, the athletic director of the Plano ISD, and everybody at the staff. Always treat us so well, always feel like we're at home when we're here either at John Clark Stadium or at Tom Kimbrough Stadium. For all of us, my name is Thomas Lee once again. Big win tonight for the Wildcats, 34-6 over the Panthers. We'll be back at you Thursday night for Plano at McKinney Boyd in a showdown of a couple of the teams at the top of the 6-6A standings. Folks, hope to stay dry tonight. Have a great weekend. Enjoy football tomorrow, and we'll see you next time right here on KVCE.